My last big project was Alpha and Omega, and it's 7 sequels. 8 Alpha and Omega movies all up. Oh boy, that was kind of wide, that's for sure. So, what can I do to top that? What can I do that has more sequels than that? Well, you know from the thumbnail and title that I'll be reviewing The Land Before Time and its sequel. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot more than 8. There's 14 movies all up. And I have them all, and I'll be reviewing them all. So let's get on with this review. There's gonna be spoilers ahead, because it's an old movie. I'm sure people have watched it by now. The Land Before Time came out in 1988. It was created by Don Bluth, but also helped produced by Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. So there's some pretty big names behind the making of this film, that's for sure. The story revolves around Littlefoot. The land around them is dying. There's no food around, and everything looks so lifeless. So they must find a new home, and then they know only of one, the Great Valley. A place they have only ever heard stories of, but that's what keeps them going. We are introduced to this dying world, and eventually to Littlefoot, coming out of the egg and looking so damn cute. Just tiny little foot. He's just so cute and adorable. Though there is only his mother, grandfather, and grandmother left in his herd of long necks, as they call them. I actually really love the names they give them. They don't give like the species name that we gave them, because yeah, that wouldn't exactly quite make sense. And so they call themselves like long necks and such. And I'll get more into the other ones as I go along in the review. But I really like that. I like that they give all these characters, all these different species, these different kind of names. But yeah, basically he doesn't really have anyone else to play with. The best he has is a tree star his mother gives to him. It's meant for food, but he ends up keeping it with him instead for a while, since it was like a gift from his mother. Until anyway he runs into Sarah, a freehorn they call them. And we see something here that's part of the theme. That freehorns don't play with long necks. And vice versa. It's a little racist. And oh boy, Sarah's just a little bit on the mean side. But I'll get into that later. But then tragedy starts. Not long later, when Sarah and Littlefoot ends up playing again, they get attacked by a Sharptooth. Littlefoot's mother comes in and saves the day, but gets gravely hurt in the process. And we get that scene that has made everyone cry. Don't lie to me. Littlefoot's mother dies. And it's still just as heartbreaking as it ever been. Not to mention, the world has been split and ruined thanks to the Great Earthshake, they call it. Again, gotta love the names. So Littlefoot is split from his herd and is alone. Well, not for long, as you want to other young dinos lost and alone. This includes Sarah, as well as Ducky, a big-mouthed swimmer, Spike the Spiketail, and Petrie the Flyer. So now Littlefoot has his own little herd, a strange one never seen before in this world, consisting of different species. There's that racism. Or speciesism, I should say, I guess. But Sharptooth survived and is out for revenge. So that's the main plot. I don't feel a need to go into great details, as this is a childhood classic for a lot of people. But honestly, there are things, as a reviewer, I do have to say about this film. Even though I hate that kind of idea that I'm a critic, blah 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 blah. But there are some things I do have to say. But I honestly, writing the script, don't know where to start. I guess the characters. Littlefoot I have always loved, and you just feel sorry for him. They waited 15 minutes to kill his mother, so you got to know the characters, you got to know his family and all that, and so it hits hard. And then he carries around a tree star for most of the film, that I think was meant to be one given to him by his mother, as it does disappear and then come back later, and so it's just a sad reminder. I also just love some of the facial expression he is. He's very expressive, and I love that about him. Sarah I never really liked, or at least in the sequel. She never learned or anything. She was always that bully character, you know. She never got better, because that's just how they wrote her, you know, and then they just never really improved on that in the sequels, because she's still essentially the same age and everything. So I'll have to wait and see there. But in this one, it's interesting that they made like the bully character a female. It's not really done, especially at that time. So it's a nice change, I will definitely say. But then she has a lot of moments where she's vulnerable. You see her crying, you see her hurt, you see her make mistakes, and I like that. You first feel like, yeah, you deserve that. But then it hits you that she's just a kid and scared and alone, just as like everyone else. Say what you will, but she was well written. Even though she can annoy me, I have to say she was well written. We got Ducky, who's just like everybody's favorite. Who doesn't like Ducky? She is absolutely adorable and just a great, fun, bubbly character that you just want to have around and isn't annoying. She's just this fun little character. I've never had any problems with Ducky whatsoever, and still don't. And her yep, yep, yep thing has become part of my daily speech. Yep, yep, yep. It is something that I will have it. It was definitely a lot more as a kid. I used to always go yep, yep, yep. And yeah, I still do that now and then. Petrie I always loved as a kid, though I recognise he's a little annoying in this. I think even as a kid I recognised he was annoying. I think I liked him a lot more in the sequels. In a way, like he's still very lovable though in this one. Basically, all these characters are just so well written, you just can't help but love them. He was my favourite as a kid, mostly in sequels, but here, Littlefoot takes the spot for sure. And then we got Spike. He doesn't talk, but he has a lot of personality, even though he doesn't talk. And again, these characters are just well written and really well voiced for something from 1988 with child actors doing the voices. It's really well done. But I think the main important thing watching it now is how well does it hold up. The story, generic to a point, just with dinosaurs. But I for one don't mind generic stories so long as they're told well and has the characters and has the setting and all that kind of stuff. And it very much has. It's still nice to look at, the characters are great, and the music is absolutely beautiful. But here's the negatives. There's quite a few odd animation fluffs that I did notice that did make me go, wait, what? I love what they did with perspective, with Littlefoot's mother coming in with a long neck. They really played with perspective a lot in this movie, and it could work really well. So when she's like walking and like you see like Littlefoot being all tiny and all that, and like her giant, and she's like, when she's walking, it does look a little odd. There's something about it that just looks odd. Some of the lighting, I guess of what it was, would change the characters' colours drastically, or quite subtly, or maybe they just made them different colours by mistake or whatnot, but sometimes they change colours and it's noticeable. The tree star would disappear in some scenes, like when he meets Ducky and is like walking for her, and he had it a second ago, and then it disappears, only for it to be in front of him. It's like they just didn't want to animate it or something, because yeah, it's a little off-putting. The characters will have constant blushing cheeks a lot, and it's really odd. I don't get why, to make their faces stand out a little more perhaps. Either way, when you think about it, it's a little weird. There's a scene where Sarah is walking away with her back turned, but you can still see her mouth is still moving, but no dialogue is happening.
All by myself. And I'm not afraid to be alone.
Another one is a really great wholesome scene where Sarah takes away her pride and comes in and cuddles up to the rest of the group. And it's absolutely adorable, the smug look on her face like, yeah, shut up and cuddle me, bitch. I love it, it's a great scene. But she cuddles alongside Littlefoot, and then suddenly she's between him and Spike. Yeah, that's an animation fluff right there. I think that's about it. I think that's some of the animation stuff-ups I saw that was noticeable. But does that take away from the film? Hell no, of course not. I just wanted to point those out and flaws so that this movie isn't perfect. But at the same time, this is a pretty good movie. It's a very lovely story with great characters. That's what it has going for it for sure. I have nothing bad to say about this movie compared to, say, The Fox and the Hound. I had a bit more to say about the old classic. But here, not as much. It has much more going for it with intense scenes with the sharp tooth and plenty of lovable characters, so this movie is a solid 10 out of 10 foxes for me. It does have its flaws, but mostly just in some animation, which does not hold back the love for this film at all. But I figured this movie would be high up anyway. What I'm truly interested in are the sequels. I don't remember much. I've watched a good few of them as a kid, but I don't really remember them. I remember Chomper. I absolutely remember Chomper. I remember his grandpa becoming ill. I remember bits and pieces, but not the whole movies. And especially in which order, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm also going to be on the lookout for that one movie that I will hate. But oh my god, I'll love it so much. Like the third Alpha Omega movie. I hate that movie. But oh, there's so much to make fun of in that movie that it's just so fun to watch. Alright, so we did The Land Before Time, and that was a 10 out of 10 for me. But what truly matters are the sequels. So let's get started with The Land Before Time 2. I forgot how much I knew of this movie. Watching this movie reawakened so many memories of watching this as a child. I also didn't realize Chopper comes into it this early. Yeah, he comes into it in the second movie. I thought it was the third one. But anyway, so Land Before Time 2, The Great Valley Adventure, came out in 1994, 6 years after the first one, with the only returning voice actor being Sarah. Though they do have Walt Paulson as Spike, that's pretty funny to me. They got him for a non-speaking role, but he also does the voice of Chopper, which doesn't even, he doesn't even speak either. So I don't know, maybe Walt was just in the studio and they're like, "Hey, Walt, come do some voices for us." Yeah, sure, whatever, I'm here. It starts with narration, which is fine and all, and then straight into singing, which is not very good, sorry to say. But I think it is the kids singing, which is cool of them to do. They usually get other singers to mimic the kids, but they're more professional singers. But I think it's just the kids, so I was like, that's really cool and all, but it's not very good. But that said, it hit me right in the feels. Because as soon as I heard that, it reminded me that I've seen this movie before, and hearing that song again hit me hard in remembering this movie. So this movie isn't made by the same people, and you can kind of see that in the way it looks. Like, it doesn't quite look like a Don Bluth film, but that said, it still looks like a Land Before Time movie. Just a bit more colourful, which makes sense with them being in the Great Valley, but they still do the same perspective stuff a lot. It's still very nice animation for a straight-to-DVD sequel. So the thing with this one is Littlefoot hates being little. He isn't able to do things that his grandpa could do because, well, he is young and not strong enough as well. So that's something that plays a lot into this story. But we are soon introduced to the villains of this movie, the Egg Stealers, aka Egg Eaters. They're still keeping up with giving things different names, and I do like that. I love that running kind of thing they do. So, here as well though, is one of the problems with this movie. Is the villain in the first one was a sharp-tooth, a carnivore T-Rex that just wants to eat and kill. And he was a legit threat. He killed Littlefoot's mom, and so there was a sense of danger there. Here the villains just want eggs and are cartoonish. You got the mean one and you got the derpy one. So I don't feel like they're any kind of threat. Even though I do like the overall design and I didn't mind them as characters, they're just not this. So we briefly see them try to go for an egg, only for them to fail, and then we are back to the main characters. They're a bit bored and decide to play, but to get to where they need to go, they gotta go through the Seeking Sands, where they almost die. But the adults save them, and then it goes to nighttime, and we see more of the villains, and get the villain song, singing about eggs. And yeah, it's bad, let's be honest here. Like, my nostalgia is telling me, oh, it's fine, but it's not that great or even that good. So we get that, and then during the night, Sarah gathers everyone and talks about how they all got scolded for going into a dangerous place. And admittedly, this part made me laugh. Everyone is saying how they got the same lecture, then Sarah is like, don't play with long necks, big mouths, or spike tails. Oh, well, it was mostly the same lecture. Her family is a little racist, or speciesist. This does explain her attitude and the way she is, though. That's very true. Which, may I add, she is not as bad as I remember. Again, she still has moments where she is weak and vulnerable, but then still is bossy. But yeah, they equal it out nicely in this one, and yeah. So they talk about like how annoying the grown-ups are, and that they're not just silly kids who want to do their own thing, and they even talk about leaving the Great Valley. But then they see the egg stealers going for one of Ducky's parents' eggs, so of course they take chase into the mysterious beyond. Even though they came from there, so it's not that mysterious, but whatever. They accidentally cause a rock slide, which then opens up the Great Wall, which I'll get into later. And everyone gets hit by it, including the egg stealers, almost breaking the egg. But of course, it rolls safely back into the nest it came from. But Ducky and the others don't realise this, and so Ducky is quite sad, thinking one of her brothers or sister has just died. And it's heartbreaking, because it's Ducky crying. It's sad. But we know what has happened though, so it doesn't make it so bad then, because they did show us that the egg is safe. It's okay. Ducky hasn't lost one of her brother or sisters, and so it's nice like that it did show it, you know. So we don't feel Ducky's pain, but we're still seeing Ducky's pain, and so it's still sad. But then we see another egg right behind her that they think is the egg. We know it's definitely not, and then they do see that it's like much bigger as well. They do see the other egg has returned later, so now they just have this random egg that they're pretty happy to have. They could be the adults now and raise it, look after, but then dun dun dun, it's a sharp tooth. They all run away in terror, but it's so sad because the little guy has no idea. He just makes cute noises and it looks so sad that everyone left him. It's really sad. But Littlefoot comes back realizing he isn't evil yet. And so Littlefoot takes it upon himself to become his papa, and even gives him his name, Chomper. Chomper is just absolutely adorable with the sounds he makes, and just that he doesn't understand what he's doing wrong. And so Littlefoot tries to get him to eat leaves, but that just doesn't work. It's not what he eats. He just doesn't like it. But figures he will learn to love it. Maybe. So he ends up going to his grandparents to find out how to make a baby eat its food. And of course they're just like, oh, kids being kids and their weird, silly questions. That's a bit of an odd question though, guys. But I also do totally agree with what they say here. That kids are always wanting to grow up, but once they do, they want to be young again. Damn, that's so true. So we cut back into the others, and they think Littlefoot was eaten by the Sharptooth, but then they are attacked by the egg stealers wanting the egg, and too dumb to realise they'd hatched. Littlefoot manages to catch up to them, and then Chomper saves the day! Yay, Chomper! And so the others accept him and sing a song for him. That he's one of them now. And it's another not so good song. And then he bites Sarah's tail. Well, that didn't last long now, did it? Poor Chomper though. Like, he doesn't really understand why he did it and didn't mean to. And then we get a classic Littlefoot and Sarah fighting, which I remember well. So I'll go through the rest of this quickly, but Chomper wands off, ending up going into the Smoking Mountains. The others go to rescue them, end up being attacked by the egg stealers again, wanting their non-existent egg, but this time is saved by the volcano exploding. And then we get a pretty tense scene here with some amazing music, which I'm pretty sure is from the original, but it's still really amazing music though. But then, dun dun dun, they get attacked by the Sharpteeth, 2 of them this time, because of what I said before. They destroyed the opening in the Great Valley Wall that keeps out the Sharpteeth, but these 2 get in and rampage around in the Great Valley. This part of the movie is really good, because you see the adults going up against them, like Grandpa attacking one of them, and it's great, and it's like, oh shit, are they going to kill his grandparents now? They don't though, and it ain't as tense of a scene, but it's still cool to see the old dude can still fight. But there's a twist. Dun dun dun. Why is this the running thing? I have no idea, but dun dun dun. That's Chomper's parents. And they are just looking for his son. I like that they're making them not just pure killers. They are parents looking for their kid, and then they return back to their land. Well, not before the egg stealers attack Littlefoot again, but Chomper gets his parents to come and save the day. And I like that. So they leave, they say goodbye to Chomper, and the hole is closed up, and Littlefoot learns it's okay to be a kid, and not to grow up so fast. That's the movie, and I do have a couple things to say. I absolutely love Chomper. I always have, and still do. He is so cute in the movie, and so innocent. The whole not understanding thing is just really sad to watch, because you know the others don't mean any harm, and I'm trying to help, but he doesn't know not to eat them. I like all the scenes with Chomper. I don't think this is like a grand adventure or anything like that. It's a very self-contained story that takes place in the Great Valley, which goes well with the title of the movie, The Great Valley Adventure, because all it does is take place there. But yeah, as an adventure, not really. The songs are not good, not awful, but nothing you would like want to hear over and over. Sorry, parents. But all the background music and such is still very beautiful. Though I'm pretty sure it's just like the main themes used in the original, but it's still great to hear them being used here. The animation, while not exactly like the original, is still very beautiful. The backgrounds are well done, and I didn't see any technical fluffs like I mentioned, like the colour changing in the last review. But here they are always the same colour, so that's good. The story is okay, but honestly, I do like sequels that just give you more of the characters, and this one does. I love seeing Littlefoot again in a sequel that doesn't ruin the characters or try to be ambitious and try to do too much with it. It's just a very self-contained story. And then it's also just a simple story with lovable characters, great background music, and a great lovable new character in Chomper. But does have weak villains and weak songs. But that doesn't mean this movie is difficult to rate, because I love this movie. And that's not this nostalgic talking. This is still a great movie, and that's why it is a 7 out of 10 foxes. I was for ages going to give this an 8, but I'll still give it a 7, just because the singing does bring it down a point, in my opinion. So yeah, that's what I think of this movie, and I'm looking forward to reviewing the next one and seeing what rating I give that, and how much I remember of it. The first movie was 10 out of 10, the second was 7 out of 10, so what will the third sequel be? Will it be higher than the last, or less than? Well, let's get into this review. Land Before Time 3 came out in 1995, with all the same voice actors including director for the previous movie. This one I also remember watching as a kid though. It didn't hit me in the nostalgia quite as much, but to certain scenarios, oh it definitely did. So once again, it starts off with narrating, talking about how the first creatures came from the sea, and then became dinosaurs. Okay movie, this is the third time you told us that. I think we know we're watching a movie about dinosaurs. So this movie also has 3 new characters. 3 characters who are your generic bully characters. They're older than the main lore and just treat them like dirt because they're younger and smaller. Simple as that. They are pretty much the villains of this movie and are definitely weaker than the egg stealers. But there's definitely more to it, so let me continue and explain why. So it does start off with bully characters picking on Littlefoot and such as they kick her out of walk. Boy, times were boring back then, weren't they? But then asteroids, or flying rocks as they call them, come down. Luckily not hitting them, so it seems like it was just an odd incident, but without harm. They also have like a really nice little light show afterwards, it looks really pretty. But then the waterfall starts flowing. Their source of water has come to an end, but they ain't sure why. That's okay though, because the bullies sing a song for us. So yeah, it's a song. It's a song. So yeah, Littlefoot and the others, while playing around, get attacked by the bullies, who sing a song about being bigger than them and stronger than them. That kind of bully song. Honestly though, the way it sounds is pretty good. The singing is dreadful, but then the actual music is a lot more upbeat than it was in the previous movie, so it is kind of better than any of those songs. No offense to those songs, but yeah. I guess a little offense. Still though, it's a very generic 90s kids bully movie stuff. After that, we see the Great Valley is slowly dying, with a source of water drying up. The trees are all dying, and so now everyone's in a panic, especially Sarah's father, as usual. He is the grouchy bum dad of the story. And is once again a little specious, because he's the one that starts arguing that like this species uses too much water, that this species eats too much food, and so on. Causing panic and upset in the herd and making everyone not get along very well. The dinos are either on his side or on Grandpa's side, who is doing his best to keep everyone calm. But yeah, the water is drying up, so I think they need to only drink what's necessary. Though then Littlefoot and the others all playing around in there while the parents argue. They of course get ganged up by the bullies again. Littlefoot getting squashed by one of them. Which was funny because he tells everyone to run but doesn't run himself. Good job there, Littlefoot. Good job. And water ends up splashing right into Sarah's dad's face. Head on. He's like, this isn't funny. Someone splashed water on me. If the water hit you square in the face, it means you were looking right at where it came from. But of course, the bullies don't get blamed, Littlefoot does, so now there's even more fighting among Sarah's dad and Grandpa. Time passes and everything is dying and everyone's kind of doing their own thing to survive, like taking turns to drink, which I do kind of like how like Grandpa mentions what time they drink, and then says he didn't organise a time for the kids, so it should be fine for Littlefoot to drink, which makes sense, they should be fine compared to the adult sizes. But then Grumpy Sarah's dad is all like, it's not your time, and Grandpa is like, what do you mean? I think you're going to see now, old buddy. You just explained when your time is to drink. Yeah, okay, they are talking about Littlefoot, but at the same time, he's talking about the long necks. And so, yeah. And then we get a song from the dad. Of course we do. All about survival. Admittedly, the music sounds good. The singing, not so much. It's just his voice, you know. But it's all about gotta be stronger than strong in survival. No tears, no closing your eyes. You gotta stand tough. You gotta be tough. And some join it while others join the grandparents, but, like, all in all, it's still like, let the kid have a drink. You're making yourself to be a white dick at the moment without care for the kids. Yes, okay. Stay tough in these times. I get that. But let the kid drink. I like Sarah's, like, they're acting like babies, and they really are. Which is actually the point. It is part of the message. So to try to stop them from fighting and all that, they decide to go look for water. They find water eventually, but then once again the bullies show up. The bullies saying that this is their water now, and not to tell the grown-ups. But that's exactly what Littlefoot intends to do, and so they all run away from the bullies. And apparently going the quickest way to get back home, but somehow end up in the mysterious beyond, and see that the flying rocks have trapped the water source. Yeah, somehow they end up in the mysterious beyond, I don't know. Even though, like, Littlefoot apparently knew the way to go, but that happens, sure. But then a fire breaks out while they're going back home, and then they do manage to make it back home. And they were warned about a fire happening because of the leaves drying up, which makes Sarah's father, he's all like, I'm going in this direction because that's what I say, even though Grandpa tells him that's the wrong way, that, like, that's where the fire will go. But he doesn't listen, because he's a butt like that, taking Sarah with him, because he's selfish like that. Luckily, when they're trapped by, like, a wing of fire at one point, luckily Grandpa saves the day by putting a tree down, which all the other trees just burn up in an instant. Good thing that one is made of special wood, named plot armor. So everyone is saved, and Sarah's father realizes he was being selfish and put his daughter's life on the line for his own selfish reasoning. So now they're trying to figure things out, and Littlefoot tells them of the water they found, and that it's, like, blocked up, but then adults warn of, like, the shark teeth in the mysterious beyond. So it's a matter of, should they really take the risk? But of course, stupid bully character is like, it's my water, and so it goes off there on its own, and Littlefoot sees them and comes to their rescue. But not before we get a song sung by Littlefoot. An actual, really good song about the bullies that they're no different than them. They have parents, they act all tough and mean, but they're still kids like them. And that maybe because they're bigger, they think they have to pretend to be all tough and strong and act like they don't need friends. But Littlefoot keeps singing the end, they are just kids in trouble. They need someone to trust and such. It's honestly not only sung well, but a really good song and message. Yes, teenagers can be horrible, but there are those that in the end are just kids and might have troubles at home and such that make them need to be tough. But they're still the same kid they always were. Then the main bully gets stuck in a tar pit. The others rescue him, of course. He is grateful or happy about it that they saved him and doesn't need their help. But then he sees his parents along with the others fighting the children and asks for help as he hides behind them. His dad comes over and starts yelling at him that he should stay where it's safe and all that. And Sarah's dad sees this and realizes yelling at your child and reacting with anger all the time is not how to handle your child, because then that's all your kid will know. This explains why the bully is the way he is. Like I said, you don't know what problems they're having at home to make them the way they are. This is a great message to adults in this kid's film. I really like that they explained this bully in a real simple way for everyone to understand. But then they get attacked by raptors at the end that look pretty cool. Though I'm sad they're referred to as shark teeth, not like shark claws or something like that. Basically, they gave all the meat eaters that basic name instead of a unique name. But whatever, small little gripe. So the adults fight it out with the raptors and the kids help now and then as best as they can. Honestly, I really love this part of the film. It's good tension and decent action in a kids film. And then in the end, they manage to fight them all off and it's really good action. As I said, I really enjoy this moment. And in the end, they learn about sharing that in desperate times they can't fight each other. They need to share and help everyone out. They need to organize things better so everyone gets a fair deal. Not just fight like children all the time. And not just think of themselves. Honestly, very topical as a moment of writing this. So yeah, that's the movie. That last half hour or so of this movie is really good, honestly. A lot of tensions with great messages, a great song, some good fights. Yeah, it was actually pretty good towards the end. Though it does take a bit to get there. Like the bully characters are like the main villains and they're so generic. Your really basic, boring bullies we see in every other kid's movie of bullies. They're no different. And the main story, like, it's not bad, but it doesn't really pick up until later when you understand the messages it's trying to convey. And once it does, then it's pretty good. The songs are better than the last movie, especially that last song sung by Littlefoot. It's just a really nice song with a good message. Not like what I would listen to, but the message is good is what I mean. Like the messages of sharing is great too, and Sarah's dad learning not to be so loud and angry all the time is a great message for parents. All in all, a solid movie once it gets going, but that's just it, once it gets going. I was thinking of giving this movie a 5, or even a 4 at points, but that last half hour of the movie was really good. The message is clear, it made me sit there and actually watch what was going on. I enjoyed it, and so this movie is a 6 out of 10 foxes. Still not as good as the second one, which is definitely the better movie, but this one ended up being a good watch too in the end, so I'm looking forward to the next one, which I did own on VHS, I believe, or we recorded it onto a VHS back in the day. So I feel like that one's going to bring back a lot of memories. And I know this one is also a sad one, so I'm very much looking forward to it. Anyway guys, so I hope you enjoyed my Land Before Time reviews. I really hope so, because this is a lot of work. There's a lot of movies I have to get through. And a lot of script writing I gotta do. It's a lot of work. Also, I hope you give this video a like. It really helps me out more than you think. And please do subscribe to my channel, because I'll love you if you do. Hit that bell icon. And it's once again a little specious, because he's the one that starts arguing that with the other species uses up too much more water. They of course get ganged up by the bullies again, because he tells everyone to one way he doesn't want himself. That's not... You skipped a line, Blazie, good job there. It's time for the 4th Land Before Time movie. The last 2 sequels were pretty alright. Will they finally stumble though? Hope you enjoyed the review. The Land Before Time 4, Journey Through the Mist, came out in 1996 and shares the same cast and director of the last 2 sequels, though this is the last movie that the original voice of Sarah is in, and the last of the director that did the previous 2. Once again, it starts with narration about dinosaurs, of course, but it does at least change that to at least like the outside of the Great Valley, things are changing, which is part of this story. Littlefoot, while playing around, accidentally goes to the Great Beyond and sees a herd of migrating longnecks make their way towards the Great Valley. He tells his grandparents, and then when Grandpa gets up to go meet them, he suddenly feels faint and collapses against a wall. He says he's fine, but like, oh no. This is going to be emotional, isn't it? So they chat to them and they explain the land they came from. It's become dangerous for them to live, and it's basically become the land of mist. Basically because the land is just storming all the time, there's a lot of rain, new animals moving in, and it's just very misty. Yeah, I know what I did. But that doesn't concern them in the end. They are migrating longnecks, so they come and go as they please. So the kids run off and Littlefoot meets Allie, a female longneck. Basically just Littlefoot with longer eyelashes. But yeah, so she's a new character of this movie, and we see, well, she's specious, and she doesn't really like the others and doesn't want to play with them. She's a bit scared of them. She only really wants to play with Littlefoot, and that leads to conflict between Sarah and Littlefoot. They should just go off and play with his new friend then. He does for a little bit before going home and sees a long-neck herd gathering around, and in the middle is his grandpa laying on the ground and very sick. This is really sad, movie. What are you doing? Don't do this, no. The longnecks explain that they have seen this before, and the early cure is a golden flower known as the night flower, which of course can only be found in the land of mist. but it's too dangerous to go there, so there's nothing they can really do. And we get a very sad song from Grandma that is sung well, and it's just really sad. Especially at the end when we see her crying. It's a really just somber moment, and it really hits you in the feels. But of course, Littlefoot can't just sleep it off and finds Allie to help him find the night flowers since she didn't come from that area. Though he does want his friends to help, but she's against it. It does say that they can get there quicker with just the two of them, which I guess is true, but yeah. So this is all within the first 20 minutes of this movie, so it already has so much more going for it than the last movie, which I said didn't really do too much until the last quarter of it, when you actually do start to become a little bit more invested in it. Well, here it's already started up, and there is an adventure aspect here, because now Littlefoot has to quickly go get the night flowers to save his grandpa. I'm liking this, even though it's sad, but I'm liking it. Unfortunately, most of the adventure is spent in the cave, where Littlefoot gets trapped in, and Allie has no choice but to go find his friends to come help. Which of course, Sarah doesn't believe her at first, of course. While in the cave, Littlefoot wants into an old sea turtle, who I kinda love. He's great way, he just helps the kid out, but also like sneaks up on him, trying to scare him away. But Littlefoot just points out he has no teeth, meaning he's not a sharp tooth. And he just gives up, he's like, yeah, I ain't scary. So what do you need help with, kid? I like it. He's a good old dude. But then they are attacked by the two villains of this movie, who right away start to sing a song. We haven't even got to know them yet, and they're already singing a song about who needs you. Basically, they don't get along very well, setting up the type of jokes we'll get with these two. The bird's name is Iggy, and he has the eyes for a croc that's almost blind with how bad her eyesight is. Her name's Dale. The song they sing, while a typical bad guy song, it's kinda catchy, I have to admit. And I don't mind them as bad guys. They're not bad. I like the idea that they had with one being the eyesight kind of thing. It does make for a couple different jokes here and there that we haven't seen in this franchise. So Littlefoot friends come to help with Allie, and eventually Sarah does too, of course, bashing her way through and meeting up with Littlefoot and the old turtle. They run away from the bad guys to say their goodbyes to him, which was kind of like a little sad little moment. He's basically saying, you know, just to stay safe, but stay together because you're stronger together. And I like that. It's very meaningful and heartfelt, you know. They manage to get to the land of the mist, but Sarah gets scared once off. Again, showing that she's vulnerable, and I like that. Like, they do add that to her character. Her character is a lot more complex than I originally thought as a kid. And then the others meet up with Tickles the Rat. I love this little dude, because he's just so damn cute and squeaky. Spike makes quick friends with him, and he just ends up joining them for the rest of the adventure. So he helps them find Sarah, but she ends up falling into a river where the bad guys are, so now it's a rescue mission. In the end, Allie ends up being the one that saves Sarah, and the two finally become friends, and she sings a song, which is the worst one in the movie. It's not good. Like, not bad, but just so painfully average kids movie song. It's not even catchy like the villain song, which again, is like painfully average villain song, but it's at least kind of catchy. So the movie goes on, they are there still searching for the night flowers and end up just going to sleep from how tired they are. But then the cloud reveals the moons and the flowers around it open up in a quite beautiful display, and they are surrounded by the night flowers, or surrounded by all these golden flowers. So yay, they can go back home and save Grandpa, but of course they get attacked one last time by the pair of idiots. Icky grabbing Ducky in the porcelain and then drops her down onto Dale, who then flings her up and is about to eat her while she is passed out. And while falling to her doom, Spike speaks for the first time, calling out her name and waking up in time to save herself. So yeah, that finally happens. Not that he speaks again in the movie, but they say he can speak, just only when he wants to. He'd just rather eat. I feel that. Also, all Spike does is eat. Spike is my spirit animal. So they stop the villains and come home with a bunch of flowers, and in the end Grandpa is okay, and Allie and her herd leave the Great Valley, the narrator saying that one day they will meet each other again. And so that is the movie. So a few things to say about it, and that it is better than the last in the sense it gets going almost right away. It gives you that plot that Grandpa is sick and needs the night flowers to heal, so there's a sense of urgency there when it comes off a bit better than it did in the last movie. The new character is okay, and she learns all about acceptance of everyone. It is a great message for a kids movie. I mean, most of the film's been all about speciesism, and basically comes down to her herd are always moving around, so she doesn't have, like, know other animals, but now she finally gets to, and becomes friends with them. So again, I feel like the lesson there was good enough and a lot more easier to understand for a lot of people, showing it as like a kid and all that kind of stuff, you know? The villains are very cartoonish, but I do kinda like them. I do think they're funny. Some of the banter is great, but they're definitely not like that great for a kids movie. Like, they're okay. For a kids movie, you know, yeah, they're passable. The backgrounds are some of the best looking of the sequel. Some scenes look beautiful. Even though we are stuck in a cave for a good chunk of the movie, it's a beautiful looking cave. The music is fine. The song sung by Grandma is beautiful. And now the overall story is really good. It's a sad story that makes you tear up. I really liked this story in this one, and I remember watching this one a lot as a kid. I don't know why, because it's a sad one, but I guess that's just how I roll. So, I'm going to give this movie an 8 out of 10 foxes. I do like this one. I think it's definitely up there. It does have some, like, really, like, it doesn't really have any faults with it. Honestly, it's a decent movie with some good visuals, well done voice acting, good new characters, good locations. So yeah, no real issues. It's of course just not as good as the first. Simple as that. Hey guys, Blazie here. And it's time to talk about The Land Before Time 5, The Mysterious Island. So this movie came out in 1997, and this one is the start of a new director who went on to make all the way to the 12th one. There was 14 of them, so not the last 2. It also has mostly a new voice cast besides Petrie and Spike, at least they're the children characters anyway. And once again, shockingly, it starts off with narration, blah blah blah. You know what to expect at this point. And then the kids are fighting over who will get the last tree star, which ends up like with Grandpa shaking a tree and just giving them a bunch of tree stars, explaining there's plenty of food in the valley. But dun dun dun! Leaf gobblers, or flying bug swarm kind of thing, swarm in and eat the leaves from the valley, pretty much like within seconds, leaving the place a barren wasteland. Practically, anyway, that's pretty much how it ends up. It's like everyone just has no choice but to leave the Great Valley. That's their only option. Just everything is gone. So that's all quite sudden, and admittedly a poor excuse for this adventure. I'm sure it happens, but suddenly bam, no food, gotta go. They could have found a better way. I feel like it's like they're the plot swooping in and getting the movie going. But whatever, it's ancient times. Who knows what kind of monsters lurked around back then. So I will forgive it and move on. Which is exactly what the herd has to do. They have no choice but to leave the Great Valley in search of food. We do get a weird kind of animation here. I know, I'm picking at straws here, but it's the 5th movie. I'm expecting some kind of animation mess ups. But honestly, that's about it. I just wanted to mention it at least. It's just weird that I pointed out fewer in the original. That's like, which is like a 10 out of 10 movie, but I haven't really spotted any animation goofs all the way to the 5th movie, so yeah, it's just a bit odd to me. So they have walked for a while until finally arguing happens between Grandpa and Sarah's father, as usual. They still haven't found any sign of food or water, and in fact find a skeleton of a dinosaur saying he must have came from this direction, we should go this way, but Sarah's father disagrees. I will say, it's kind of morbid. So the herd kind of wants to split up, which of course upsets the kids. They don't want to split up and they want to stay together. So during the night when the herd sleeps, Littlefoot comes up with an idea. So we cut to the parents waking up. And then we see the kids are like stomping around as they walk to make tracks. So the parents at least know where they're going, which is a neat idea. And basically they're just looking for food so they don't have to split. Eventually come across an ocean which they had never seen so much water before and jump into it hoping to get a good drink. But ocean, it sucks, trust me. Growing up near it, blah. So all hope seems lost. But then they see land, ho! And plenty of green over that side. It's far away, but there's a path that they can follow all the way to the island. So as they walk across, an earthshake happens. So they quickly run to the island and see that the path they walked along is now gone. So they're kind of stuck there. Their parents even find their footprints at the beach, but don't seem to send out flyers to check out the island full of green. The kids maybe found a way to get to, yeah, sure. There's no pathway and it's really far away, but maybe, guys, maybe they found a way. There's no harm in checking, at least. Speaking of which, Petrie is too scared to fly across the ocean, and Ducky is too scared to swim, so instead they sing a song about the big water. It's a catchy, decent sounding song, but it's also a song called Big Water, about the ocean. It's meh. After that, they push a log into water so that all of it could try to swim across, only to be attacked by a swimming shark-tooth, aka a shark. Which is a little lame, to be honest. Like, sure, sharks were around at the time, but I could have done something a little bit more exotic. So they managed to get away and end up on the beach of the island, but yet they were shown to be way up on a cliff, and then suddenly beach, and that's the only time we see this beach, as every other time they're here, they're like on top of a cliff. What else? So I think that's a little bit odd, definitely, for sure. They also try out the food there, and it's not very tasty at all, so it's not really a livable place. So they end up just going to sleep, but not before singing a nice little song. Like, I have no problems here. It's all about, like, the parents and such, and I like it. It's a nice little charming song. Though, at the same time, it's only been 10 minutes since the last one. Like, it was about 25 minutes before the first, and then 10 minutes until this one. So, it doesn't seem like much time has passed since we got another song. Anyway, though, so they end up going to sleep, not knowing what to do. They wake up to a shark tooth about to attack. But, turns out, it's Chomper! Chomper's back! Yay! He lives on the island with his mom and dad, and he's all grown up. Kinda. He can talk now, unlike Spike, which is odd, but I guess they explained Spike just doesn't talk unless he wants to. So yay, Chomper's back, and wants to show his parents to his friends. Of course they hide away as the parents show up, like, who do sniff him out, but not attack. Like, they know they're there, but just let their son do his thing, and I like that. I like that they make what's normally just brain-dead simpleton meat-eaters into a more complicated character that understands how these are their son's friends. As much as they disagree with it, they still let him have his friends. Parents can learn a lot from this. But as the others leave the area, another sharp-tooth is there sniffing them out. Chomper ends up taking them to a place full of stinky flowers, that Marcel said. So they're reluctant from the bad smell, but end up just agreeing to it. So then now is about finding food, because most of the food they have eaten here just doesn't taste very good, so it's not a very viable place. So Chomper ends up going off to find the food, and we get a song that's having friends for dinner. Sounds like a war anthem. I'm down for that. And you gotta just love Chomper's parents' reaction to him gathering up all the fruit and leaves. They look so concerned for him. I love it. Though Sarah still doesn't agree that he's a good guy. He's a sharp-tooth to her, nothing more. And she really upsets Chomper after he returns with all the food and such, and just he ends up walking away crying. It's really sad because she's really trying to help out his friends, but she only sees him as this monster. So Littlefoot ends up going after him, and suddenly, bam! Jump scare from his mum. Poor Littlefoot, and it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Because then she just looks over to her son, and then they nuzzle and she leaves. Legit, she just came in just to scare Littlefoot. And, like, check up on her kid. That's funny to me. It's funny.
Look, about what happened back there.
Littlefoot even asks, like, what did she say? And it's just Chomper's like, she said not to play with your food. And we just laugh it off. I like that. There's things in here I'm liking, and Chomper says something here I also like. And that's you are who you are, and I am what I am. But we can still be friends, can't we? And yes, you can still be friends. Long as you don't eat each other. Unless you're war lovers, then sure, go ahead. So Littlefoot goes back to the others, only to be attacked by the other Sharptooth, while Chomper was making his way back home. Though he overhears the screams and comes to their rescue as best as he could, and then as they get trapped between him and the cliffs, the parents show up and Mummy and Daddy come in swinging. They're fighting to save their son and his friends from the Sharptooth, and he ends up getting knocked down a cliff along with Chomper. So now the parents are scared for their son, but Littlefoot comes to the rescue, jumps down to save Chomper, and then, oh no, swimming Sharptooth has come back. Oh, no, it's a plesiosaur grandma. And so the two are saved, and everyone's hugging and happy, and Sarah hugs up against Mummy. She looks up like, oh no, and the mum just smiles at her, and she is like, all happy and hugging her foot again. It's so wholesome, I just love it.
Yeah, wait up! Woo, yeah, right!
It brings a smile to my face just every time I see it. And so then they're taken back up onto the cliff with everyone, and the mum even gives Littlefoot a little nuzzle. A very angry nuzzle, but a nuzzle. So they end up saying their goodbyes to Chopper as the plesiosaur takes them back across the ocean. And even the parents are waving at them, and it's really funny. They find their families and learn that they have found food to last until the Great Valley has healed over. And in the end credits, they have returned home, and that is the 5th movie. There's a couple of times I didn't seem to be too kind to this movie, but honestly, I love this movie. It's one of my favourites, honestly. I just think the plot point to get them out of the valley could have been done just a little bit better, but for the 5th movie of a cartoon movie series, it's honestly good. Not perfect by all means. The songs, while hits me in nostalgia, I have to remove them for how they are, and they're not good songs. Like, yeah, basic kids movie songs, nothing to listen to outside of the movie. I'm happy to see Chopper again though, I still love the little guy. So all in all, I'll give this movie a 7 out of 10 foxes. I like it, I don't have too many problems with it. I find it to be a good adventure, seeing the different sights and such in this world. The new voices for most of the characters sound pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. Like they're good child actors. Hey guys, Blazie here, and it's time to talk about The Land Before Time 5. So all hope seems lost, but then they see land, ho, and plenty of green, it's far away. But then a path they follow all the way to the island, though, is a blah 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 blah. Stitch. And you gotta just love Chopper's parents' reactions to him gathering up all the fruit and leaves. It looks so good for, so there. They're fighting to save his son. They're fighting to save his. They're fighting to save their son and his friends from the shark tooth. And they're fighting to save their friends and his. They're fighting to save their son and his friends. Why can't I do this line? They're fighting to save their son and their. So they say their goodbyes to Chopper as the plesiosaur takes them back across the ocean, and even the parents wave at them. They find their families and learn that they have found food, so until we're gonna... This might be the first misstep in the Land Before Time movie series. Well, let me explain why. Hey guys, Blazie here, and it's time to talk about The Land Before Time 6, The Secret of Saurus Walk. It came out in 1998 and it's the last in the franchise to use traditional cel-phone animation and to be animated by Acom Studio that worked on all the sequels to this point, and introduces another voice for Littlefoot. He did do the singing voice for him in the last movie, but now he is Littlefoot in this one. And Spike is voiced by Petrie's voice actor Jeff Bennett, who does Petrie in like every movie besides the first one. So I guess Ron Paulson wasn't in that day, because then he in all the others he does Spike after this, just not this one. I don't know. So this one once again starts with narration, but this time by Grandpa Lockneck, as he is telling a story to the kids. So this one actually does make a bit of sense, so I can give it a pass. So he's telling the story of the lone dinosaur. The Great Valley is being attacked in the old times, whatever so long ago, and by the meanest shark tooth around. But then the lone dinosaur appears and manages to fight back against him, so he ends up with a wicked scar down his face in the process, but manages to defeat the shark tooth, and the Great Valley is saved. He then leaves, never to be seen again. The story is basically meant to be kind of based on The Lone Ranger, a very, very old TV show. He continues the story, and not long later, a massive rock comes out of the ground and forms into an odd formation that looks like a dinosaur, and they call it Saurus Rock. Now, this is just a story that Grandpa's telling, but at the same time, what the actual hell? Like, this is like the first sort of paranormal weird crap. Like, this is what I was waiting for. That's just beyond weird. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because like the walk exists kind of sort of overlooking a valley or just far into the valley. It's very unclear if it's in a valley or not. I assume no, it's in the mysterious beyond, but they don't call it that or reference it. I should say or anything if it like there's shark teeth around. I actually just realized that. Like, is it in the valley? Why are there shark tooth there though in the valley when they can't come into a valley that's been established? I think I found a massive plot point in this movie. Like, I would say it's in the mysterious beyond, just barely, but like, why would it pop up there, not in the Great Valley? It doesn't make sense, movie. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't make sense. That legitimately makes me confused, but let's just move on. So now, apparently if something happens to Source Look, bad luck will weigh down upon the Great Valley. So you mean like when the Great Valley started dying, or when it caught on fire, or when it got eaten completely by bugs? That kind of bad luck? Or just some kind of bad luck, like the Great Valley doesn't sound so great to live in if like what they have gone through is good luck and the children had barely aged and already have all this stuff happen. If this is just normal things in the valley, if bad luck is gonna come down to the valley if they mess with a walk, then what does that mean? We are also introduced to Dinah and Dana, one of which is voiced by Nancy Cartwright. And these two are Sarah's twin sisters, and like it's been shown she has younger siblings. Now these two are like a big part of the movie, which is weird, let's be honest. Not to mention they're different colours from what we have seen for Sarah's siblings. So it's just like a design choice, you know, to like make them look a little bit different, to make them like stand out all of a sudden. It's odd, nor do I like them. They speak in their own dialect, being younger, which has never been a thing.
Oh, Dana, Tweety Hortus. Hush, you two.
I will say though, the animation and the lighting with the fire looks great. It really does look beautiful. I really love this scene. So after the story, they all go to sleep, and Littlefoot has a dream that he is a lone dinosaur. So it's something that excites him, basically. The next day, they play around and play the lone dinosaur game, making Sarah the sharp tooth, which was funny having look at her like, yeah, you're the big bad. Littlefoot, of course, ends up being the Lone Ranger, and ends up almost falling to his death, but is saved by a random long neck. Who could it be? I wonder. Sarah's dad and Littlefoot's grandparents come over, like, pretty quickly, I might add. And while the grandparents fake him, of course, Sarah's dad is like, we don't know who he is. He should leave the valley. He actually says it's kinda a loner, and now Sarah's dad thinks that's suspicious and says we should send him on his way. And then the big dude is all like, you sure you feel up to it, friend? And Sarah's dad is like, well, he's all talk, Sarah's dad. And it's funny to see him get taken down a peg. I do like here though, they smartly hide one of the sides of his face. And it's not until right at the end you see the big scar along his face. So in other words, dun dun dun, he is the lone dinosaur. Though he should have like died years and years ago, so it's all a bit strange. But I do give him credit for like hiding that side of his face. That was a smart little move. Time passes and Littlefoot talks to him, and he says he's been here before, and he even uses his tail like a whip to get out a leaf. Basically, he a cowboy dinosaur, yee-haw, wah! And so he believes he is the lone dinosaur. So he tells his friends and then they sing a song about the lone dinosaur. That is admittedly really catchy and one of my favourite songs on a bunch because the song is just so catchy, a toe-tapping cowboy western-like song. After hearing the song, the twins who are nearby end up leaving to go see Source Rock for themselves. Which, may I add, they don't realise until the next day. Like, they ended up leaving after that, but Sarah, who was responsible for looking after them, doesn't notice until the next day. Whoops. Like, not even Sarah's dad notice them. You know, he doesn't notice his own kids moving. Although I'm really confused because there's times where we call him like Grandpa Freehorn or something, I believe, and it's really confusing actually. Like, is it actually his kids or no, his nephew? That's actually kind of confusing now that I actually think about it because I'm pretty sure they do call him Grandpa Freehorn, which, yeah, now. That confuses the hell out of me now, actually. So they realise they headed to Source Walk and go after them. They go after the twins and get attacked by a different designed Sharptooth, but they manage to ward off and find the twins playing on top of Source Walk. And they almost fall to their doom by a save though, but they also break off a part of the walk. One of the teeth surrounding it, and they make their way back, only to be attacked again by a Sharptooth. And it's a bit stupid because Sarah doesn't believe that there's like a Sharptooth behind her in the scene. It's like right behind her. The scene lasts for like a good couple minutes, and like it lasts for a while with her like just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna believe you. There's no Sharptooth behind me. Just stop playing around. But you just saw there was a Sharptooth. You know there's a Sharptooth in the area. It's so stupid. It's really stupid. So they end up like crossing over a log, and a Sharptooth comes but ends up breaking the log, and he falls down all the way down to the ground below. So they get home, and eventually Littlefoot mentions the twins running off, and Sarah's dad overhears them. Now, adults are always in the right place at the right time in this one. And so he gets angry over Sarah not paying attention to the twins, and that was her responsibility. So he gets Sarah to come home with him. The two of them turning their backs on the twins and walking away as the twins just kind of stand there. And eventually one to them, but like, are you serious, movie? You had the dad just turn around and not give a shit about the twins while getting angry at Sarah for doing the same? Is that supposed to be funny? Because it is, but not the way I feel like it's supposed to, because it's got like sad music and stuff playing in the background, but it's a funny scene. Like, how he didn't notice them missing for an entire night previously as well. I guess the lesson here is pay attention to the kids, but my god, it doesn't mean jack in this one, because there's no realization that I'm the one not paying attention to a kid. I shouldn't put Sarah, I shouldn't put it on Sarah, a kid, to look after kids. Is like, it's my responsibility, not hers. But not like in this movie, there's none of that. There's no messages here. There's no realization. That's pretty much the only other time where he acts like that, or like says, you know, gets angry at Sarah over it. Like, there's none of that. There's no messages here, and that is a huge problem, because at least the other movies all had messages. This one doesn't. So Littlefoot is having bad dreams. It says ever since they got back, they have had a lot of bad luck. Even though nothing has happened until now, when like some bad things start happening, you know. And they sing a song about having bad luck. Not a good song, but at the same time, Littlefoot is like, hit it, Spike, and gets him to sing, and it's funny. Because he doesn't sing, it just makes sounds instead. So, I give it a pass for that, but at the same time, it is a bad song. But like, yeah, upon the water has dried up, and just, oh no, the water is drying up. Oh no, it's just that one pond. But it was their favourite. But it's just a little bit of bad luck that that one dried up. You guys will be fine. Stop whinging. So now, okay, about 49 minutes in, near the end of the movie, we finally see Doc again, aka the lone dinosaur, that's his name, Doc. He's just like chopping away at leaves. So a big storm comes in now, so it's time to panic. So yeah, okay, now something's got to happen to Great Valley. For the same time, Littlefoot cries out for Grandpa, because he just can't find him. And he's legit just behind him. Okay, so the storm is wild, making him close his eye and hide his face, and it's probably like really, really loud as well. But look up and around for a second, and you'll see him. He just looks so stupid. But Doc comes to Littlefoot's rescue again, but the others all start to blame Doc since he's arrived. It's been fine until now, yet he still gets blamed. Anyway, Littlefoot doesn't believe he is at fault, and that is because they broke off a piece of a rock. So he argues with Sarah and goes off on his own like a lone dinosaur, and then sings about being alone and what kind of life you could have, like going to bed at any time you like. And then it gets kind of like he understands that it's kind of lonely to be on your own. It's an okay song. It starts off kind of bad, but then does go into like a bit of a sad sort of like realization as it hits. So it's not bad. It still is though. But I guess at least the message in that song makes sense and I like it. But yeah, it is what it is. Seven others eventually do go after him. So now something I should mention, the path they took to get to a rock was destroyed. The way back was a tree they knocked over, which was then destroyed. So how do they get back? Well, magically there's now a path down to where the Sharptooth had fallen, which is now nowhere near as far down as it looked before. Littlefoot goes down to the sharp tooth down there and wants to get one of its teeth, as he figures since that's what he broke off, if he could get like one of the teeth from it, he could fix it. It's kind of great as well. He props them all open with a stick, walks in, the Vorlovish like this, but then he starts like headbutting one of the teeth and just, ow. I guess we had toothache just thinking about it. But the sharp tooth is still alive, because magically the drop wasn't as far as what it looked like originally. Littlefoot just managed to get out in time, but then another sharp tooth who looks more like the usual design shows up. We also see Sarah go and get Grandpa to come and help, who's doing his best by being an old dinosaur. He is struggling to get going as fast as he can, and it's pretty funny, but also really awesome. I love the old dude. Eventually he does show up and start fighting against the sharp teeth, fighting one off but has trouble with both of them, but then Doc shows up and helps save the day, fighting them both back until they knock them out by hitting them up against a rock formation that sends boulders down upon them. But also a tooth comes flying out, almost hitting a kid, so now they have a tooth that they needed. Yay, that's convenient. So then with the battle won, Doc is going to leave, of course. Littlefoot doesn't want him to go, but Doc says he's already got a hero kid and looks back at his grandpa. And I do like that, because goddamn, the old man deserves some respect. He does a lot for the valley. So they put the tooth onto Saurus Rock and all is well in the valley. So in the end now, instead of telling the story of the lone dinosaur, they tell the story of Grandpa coming in and saving everyone. And then, you know, that story changes over time, and so that's maybe what happened to Saurus Rock originally, but then that doesn't explain the bad luck and all that kind of stuff. That's this movie. That's it. It did not explain who Doc really is and what Saurus Rock is exactly. So, like, in Alpha and Omega, right, I'm gonna bring out Alpha and Omega, yeah, this movie's making me bring that up. When it did the movie that was mythical about ghosts and all that, I honestly really enjoyed that one. It had a really sad story and interesting plot. This one here, just not at all. It's a mess with new unlikable kid characters, okay songs, at least one good one, but has no overall messages in this film. It has supernatural elements that make no sense. The film is not good. The animation is nice, I'll give it that, with some of the new locations looking good, and the first scene looking really nice. But it's definitely not the best Land Before Time. Like, it's not the worst kids movie I've seen. In fact, it's not one of the worst movies I've seen. It's just bland and dumb. It's really dumb. So this movie to me is a 4 out of 10 foxes. It's below average for sure, and I don't recommend watching it unless you are a super fan. Like, I didn't mind watching it. I will say that, but there's so many faults with the overall story that makes it such a lackluster movie. If you enjoy just watching like kids movies and such, you'll probably still like it enough, but it's dumb. It's really dumb, and it doesn't try to explain any of its dumbness, and that's the problem here. Hey guys, Blazie here, and it's time to talk about The Land Before Time 6, The Secret of the Blah. So now apparently if something happens to Saurus Rock, bad luck will... So now apparently if something happens to Saurus Rock, bad luck will descend upon the great... Bleh. He, as he says, is a kinda a loner, so his dad thinks it's suspicious, and says we should send him on a... Bleh. My hair being weird. Since when is my hair being weird? I need to stop playing with it all the time. Just let it do its thing. And it's funny to see her get taken down a peg. I do like here though, they smartly hide one of his... That's how cowboys would work, right? Just yeehaw, wah. Cowboy dinosaurs would totally work like that. That's how it works. Yeehaw! Wah! Oh, gosh. If I didn't make myself laugh, I'll be dead by now. So they realise they're headed to Saurus Rock and go after them. They go after the twins and get attacked by a different designed Sharptooth. They run off though and find their twins playing on top of Saurus Rock. And almost fall to their doom, but they are saved though. But also they break off a part of the rock, one of the teeth surrounding it, and they make their way back to the I did not write this script very well. Littlefoot goes down to him and wants to get one of his teeth, as he figures since then that's what they broke, they can use that as a blah blah, I don't know what I'm saying. What the hell was that ending? What did I just watch? Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of The Land Before Time 7, The Stone of Cold Fire. Came out in the year 2000. This one I have never watched, so this is a whole new experience for me. And let me tell you, it was a doozy. That's for sure. Like, goddamn that ending. But let me get there. So let's start at the beginning. This time we get narration from Petrie, of all characters, but it's because the story does revolve around him, and he's talking about a story his uncle told him about the first thing ever being, even before dinosaurs, were flyers. He's a bit weird like that, but we'll get there, because right away, oh no, what have they done? You remember how I mentioned the last movie was like the last of traditional cell animation? Well, this is all done on the computer, and you can easily tell. And yeah, just right away, some 3D CGI rock thing, and oh boy, does it look like something? Yep, I'm gonna be in for a very fun movie, aren't I? Fortunately, that kind of thing doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it stands out like a horse in the middle of a dolphin exhibit. The animation as well just looks so simple. Like, the characters are so flat and basic, and like out of kids' colouring in book. They don't really seem to like be in their locations, more like stickers stuck on a page. So yeah, Petrie's telling a story he heard from his uncle Tuano, who apparently got like kicked out of a herd while they were babies. We then see a new herd coming into the Great Valley, which apparently like come in, stay a couple days and leave. I guess like Ali's herd of migrating longnecks, I guess. Nothing really happens yet though, and they all head to sleep. During the night, Littlefoot wakes up and sees a firework flying through the sky and crash down behind a rock formation that is later called Three-Horn Peak, because it looks like a three-horn. But like, is it meant to be source rock? Because you're telling me about two giant rock formations that look like dinosaurs, where this one like has no story behind it, it just happens to look like a three-horn? Or did they just forget what source rock looks like and made a three-horn instead? Like, it's strange, it's weird, it's odd. I don't get it. So Littlefoot is all excited about it and tells his grandparents. But yeah, he doesn't seem to know like what it even is. So you saw them in the previous movie. You know the damage they could do, and you saw it crash down, but you're not worried at all? It's strange. This whole movie is. But again, let me get there. Wait till the end, because it's an ending. So the next day, Grandma's eyes go missing.
You see, dear, word has gotten around,
and it's made some of our guests a bit, well, upset.
The hell happened there? Oh no, it's Alpha Omega 3 all over again. Oh no, and yeah, this isn't the last time it happens. So the grandparents mention word has gotten around that Littlefoot like saw like something, so he explains that he saw like a firework. So okay, he does know it, but then explains it looked different. For one thing, it was blue. No it wasn't. Okay, when you first see it, it is blue, but in the next scene onwards, it's orange, like fire. So yes, it would be strange if it was blue the entire time, but it's not. It's just like any other firework. It doesn't work here. It doesn't. Like, was that like an animation goof? Or was it meant to just be fire? But then he says it's blue, but it's not blue. I don't get it. Also, so after he tells his story, we see a scene where Spike's colouring is way off, Petrie's head is bald, and Ducky just looks off. Good job, animators. Good job. Doing great so far. Doing really great. Yeah. So no one really believes him, but then two new dinosaurs, later called Rainbow Faces, come forward saying like, have you really seen all there is to be seen? How do you really know that Littlefoot didn't see something amazing? Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not true. I do like these messages here, and also like saying, why do you call it the mysterious beyond? Why not just the boring beyond? It's because they don't know what's out there. So why is Littlefoot seeing something new so odd then? But then they start singing Beyond the Mysterious Beyond, and yeah, it's pretty bad. So the Rainbow Faces say it could be the Stone of Cold Fire. The stone of cold fire is basically something that could bring luck, heal the sick, and so on and so forth. But it could also be a message from the mysterious beyond. Well, beyond the mysterious beyond, they say. AKA, it's not very clear as to what it is, but it could be something that could give you great power. So Littlefoot does want to go there, but of course Sarah's dad disagrees, and his grandpas do as well, but they're a little bit more nicer about it. So Littlefoot continues thinking about leaving to go find it and chats to the others. Then a big pterodactyl comes down to find out it's Petrie's uncle, Tuano. And I will say, I like his British accent. It's so not villainous at all, no. He's also joined by 2 other flyers, who seem like a little odd, which there's one that's a bit more aggressive, and the other one that's a bit more joyful yet dumb, you know. They're those kind of sidekick characters. Definitely not villains at all. Nope. And he also seems really curious about the stone. So while Peachy is happy to see him, the others are a bit more wary, and I do eventually go home, and Littlefoot mentions to his grandfather, who does a magic trick and talks without moving his lips. But Grandma sure does.
Then we had a visitor.
Oh, and who was that?
Oh god, this movie is breaking me. A little while later, once again, the lips don't match the voices. I mean, at least they're coming out of the right character this time, but dear god.
I'll tell you about it.
Why do I have to wait until...
In the meantime, remember, Toronto can sound as if he knows everything.
So the grandparents are worried hearing that Tuano's back. They say not to trust what he says, he is a liar, and so on and so forth. Petrie, though, is falling for his act, and to see him talk to him and his siblings, telling a story, and Petrie just believes it all. We also see Petrie's head go from one colour to another like a light switch when Tuano touches him. This movie, I swear, it's gonna break me. So Tuano gets Petrie to ask his friends where the rock fell so he can go look for it. But Littlefoot does. They are worried and don't trust Tuano, but Petrie does and flies away crying, which is a bit sad, and ends up on the one tree Tuano is on conveniently. Very same time hiding in the dark, not moving at all until it's his time to move, like an actor waiting backstage while actually being in the shot. So time passes, it's nighttime now, everyone's asleep, when Ducky wakes up, and the 3 flyers are discussing things like Tuano wanted to gain power and control. But why are you guys just waiting around? Just fly off, you'll be gone for an hour or less. You guys are flyers, you guys can get to places much quicker than people on foot. But whatever, basically they don't want to get caught or seem suspicious. Also, the night shots in this movie are weird. They turn a lot of the colours blue, which I get, I understand that. But at the same time, Petrie and Tuano are the exact same colour. But then, only Tuano is blue, but not Petrie. And so it's very just all over the place. Ducky will still be all green and everything, and it's just, one of the characters is still very much pink, and it just doesn't work. I get what they were doing, I get it, but it just doesn't work when it's just a mess, and it's all over the place as to who is blue and who's not. So Ducky goes to tell Littlefoot and the others, but gets caught, and so there's a change of plans. They take her and she screams and wakes everyone up, who starts panicking, thinking it's the sharp teeth, and not looking to the sky where the screams are coming from, which, by the way, Littlefoot does, of course, because kids are just much smarter than adults in this universe, let's be real here. So Peachy still doesn't believe it's him, but his mum tells him, and so he flies up there to confront him, and he says not to follow or they'll hurt the swimmer, and then he gets knocked down into the water below. He is fine though. So another weird thing I noticed here is the big flyers all have see-through wings, which has never been a thing before. It's just a bit weird. I get it's to show the world the characters easier without having these big wings in a way, but it's still very odd. I will dismiss it because I do understand what they are doing, but there's a lot of odd choices like that in this movie, isn't there? So the next day, yeah, they waited until morning. The adults tell the children about why they don't trust Tuano. Back in the time of the first movie where the kids and parents were separated, Tuano wanted to take charge and be a leader. Most dismissed him, but eventually some followed him instead, going into a different direction and all becoming trapped and killed by sharp teeth. Tuano flies back to the other herd and just afraid and alone and doesn't know, doesn't say what happened to them. Which is funny when how they're telling a story of what happened even though they don't know what happened. They just know they never came back. So yeah, Littlefoot tells the parents where the rock fell, and yet they still do nothing about it. They just stand around talking. Well then, Littlefoot and the others go off to find Ducky, and it's kind of guys, how many times has this kind of thing happened? You know they're going to go one off and try and find their friend. We also see the two rainbow faces following behind. So the flyers stop at one point for no real reason, and when they put Ducky down, she tries to escape, and falls down into a cave where she was later found by Littlefoot and the others, who just happen to fall into the same cave, but at like a different entrance that Ducky is now at. Of course, it's a kids movie. Dumb shit like that happens all the time. Ducky does say Tawana was nicer though than the others, since he didn't want to hurt her or the others, while the other two flyers just don't really care. And then she sings a song that's like, some people have like a little bad inside them. Some will make you happy, some will make you sad, but others will do good. Basically, it's simply not all black and white. Everyone has a dark side, everyone has a good side. It's a good message for sure. Honestly, it really is. It's just an awful song. But the message is there, and I like it. In short, it's to say that he acts bad, but there's some good in him. Ducky ends up getting captured again, but this time Tawana doesn't agree to it, so Ducky just like bites one of the mean flies and ends up falling down into the river below. The others try to rescue her and end up doing a weird water skiing moment. I guess in the end, it's a kids movie. They do that kind of weird stuff all the time. But also even weirder as well is how I mentioned like the flyers when flying, their wings turn transparent. Well, now this one's body is too. So yeah, parents end up arguing pretty much for like the rest of the day until it was like dark and stormy. And Ducky's mum is like, of course the kids run off. I just saw her standing around arguing with a three-horn hand. And he is just like, oh yeah, so this is my fault. And everyone just looks at him nodding and agreeing. It's like, yeah, it is your fault, doofus. Go do something. But also at the same time, once again, the mouth movement doesn't match the voice. Well, for starters, he doesn't even move his mouth at all when talking. Good job once again, animators. Good job, seriously.
Oh, well, what do we do? We could never catch up to them on land.
So a storm is picking up, and the flyers find a cave, and Tawana doesn't want the other flyers around. See, like, they just don't care about the children or hurting others. Like, while, like, he does still care, he's not completely evil. He then thinks about he was born to be a savior, that it's his destiny, that he is a leader and born to be. He is very up himself. And yeah, it's a shitty song too. Littlefoot and the others find a cave for Three-Horned Pig. That's basically a volcano, like, so there's like lava and warmth everywhere, so they can stay out of the cold at least. So they sleep there and then wake up to find food that was left there from someone. Then they see a dinosaur and chase after them through like a lava zone that Scar would be very proud of. But seriously, what the hell is up with all the green lava all of a sudden? Like, why? It's not explained or anything, it's just green lava for the sake of artistic aesthetic, but it doesn't make any sense, and it's weird. So it turns out there was the rainbow faces that helped, but the male one is the one that fed them, while the female one sounds annoyed. Basically, those two seem to have like a plan or something. They got their own like intentions and reasons why they're there, and they just don't want to get the kids involved. So with the rainbow faces' help, they make their way to the top of the pig and find the rock, which is basically just a meteorite. But the flyers have made their way there too, and Tawana urges the stone to give him power. And we see another 3D CG rock scene, and yeah, it's just awkward. Like, I like the little spinning camera stuff, but it just looks bad though. If this was like a cartoon series, it would be fine, but it's a movie. I expect a lot more. But the rock turns out to be nothing, and Tawana is then portrayed by the other two, taking over to try to smash up a rock or something to get it working. It doesn't do anything, but then it's on cue. The volcano starts exploding and everything, and an even bigger flyer appears with Peachy's mother to help get the kids to safety. Which is never explained who this giant flyer is. It's just hella convenient. Like a lot of things in this movie. Because all the kids are like, whoa, they've never seen this flyer before. So who the hell is he? The rock ends up exploding as they're punching away and sending them flying away from the volcano in danger. But pretty sure they get knocked out in the process. So they make it home safely. And so now it's just a matter of what to do with Tawana. But first of all, Sarah's dad eyes are looking a little bit scary. He's seen some shit in the last few minutes. I don't know what the hell they did to him, but he's seen some shit. God damn, this movie is just, oh my god. There's so many scenes where the eyes just look so weird, or they're just like, they're not coloured in, so they're just like white. And yeah, it's creepy, it's weird. Yeah. So in the end, Tawana did kind of sort of help the children, so the punishment isn't as bad as what it could have been. I don't know what they could have done. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to know, because then they ended up banishing him And I appreciate that Peachy says he should stay. He is sorry because he is saying he's sorry and like he apologizes for what he's done. But the others, and eventually Tawada himself, agrees that the punishment of being banished for like 5 years, I believe, is fair enough. And that he needs to be accountable for his actions. So if that's like the moral of the story, then at least this one has one compared to the last movie I didn't even have one. That's a good moral for the kids, that people need to be accountable for their actions. No matter how sorry they are, they need to own up to their mistakes and pay for them sometimes. But, okay. Now it's time to talk about the ending. A very interesting ending indeed. So like, as I mentioned, randomly at the start of the movie, there's like all these new dinosaurs that come into it, and you assume the rainbow faces came along with them. And so now at the end of the movie, the herd is leaving, but Littlefoot meets up with the rainbow faces, wondering how they like got home so fast, since they did get carried off a mountain as well, so they managed to make it home pretty quickly. So okay, but whatever. It's a kids movie, whatever. But then we get the biggest slap to the face the series has done so far. So they are going home too, and Littlefoot wants to know, like, is there really is a stone of cold fire? Because what we saw wasn't anything at all. Like, it was just completely pointless in the end. And the male says he is quite advanced for his species, and then gets nudged by the other one, like, to get him to shut up. Okay. Movie. Okay. And then mentions beyond the mysterious beyond, up in the sky, all those stars are actually, and then the other one starts coughing to get him to shut up. Okay, movie, where are you going with this? So, one of the dinosaurs goes, oh, look over there. And so, Littlefoot looks over there, and then a beam of fucking light comes down onto them, and Littlefoot turns to see the light, and then they're gone. They're fucking space dinosaurs. Fucking alien dinosaurs in land before time. How do I even talk about how bizarre that ending is? How do I talk about that? For one thing, like, what the hell even is the stone of cold fire? A UFO that is like on fire and comes down but it's cold because it's like metal or something? What the actual fuck? I thought dancing dinosaurs was bad enough in Alpha and Omega, but space dinosaurs? How did someone even think of that? I want to be there in the meeting that was just like, hey, let's have space dinosaurs in a movie. Yeah, that's a great idea. You're like, how can I, how? Like, just picture this, okay? Just picture this. Alright guys, this is the 7th Land Before Time movie we are making. What can we do that's different? What's something the other ones haven't done? Hear me out. Aliens. Aliens in Land Before Time. That is absolutely ludicrous. No, we are not doing that. That is an absolutely stupid idea. That is just beyond weird and just stupid. Okay. How about alien dinosaurs? You're a goddamn genius. Like, seriously, how much thought went into that idea? Who thought alien dinosaurs was a good idea? This movie is just so awful. So much animation stuff. Animations is looking terrible, like a kid's coloring book, like I said earlier. The story makes no sense whatsoever as to what even, like, the stone of cold fire is. Oh, did I also mention alien dinosaurs? Now, okay. Relax, Blazie. Calm, Blazie. Calm. This isn't the worst thing. But oh boy, it's way up there, that's for sure. Like, there's no annoying characters though, like the twins in the last movie. I generally like the villains. Like, I like his British accent. It's great. And the other two, one of which is like just Rob Paulson doing his like Pinky in the Brain kind of voice. And I love that voice. I love when he does that kind of character. And so I like that character. The other one was a recognizable voice actor as well, and I like him. So the villains are fine. It's just everything else that is just awful and not well made at all. It's easily like the worst made Land Before Time movie at this point. I seriously wonder how it's going to get any worse. So this movie is easily a 3 out of 10 foxes. Yeah, I still give it a 3 because I don't completely hate this movie. I've seen films that I absolutely hate or just bore me or whatever that's lower than a 3. This, like all kids' movie, usually has like something that keeps you going, and so you never really get bored. And it was very entertaining how much it just falls apart, and just how bad the animation is, and just that ending. Oh, God, I could go on forever about how stupid that is. But I'm not going to waste your time any longer. This has already been a pretty long review. Oh my gosh, though. This one was interesting, that's for sure. And I hope you guys did enjoy this review. Because I'm going to keep on going and reviewing the rest of them. I want to know, do they come back? Do aliens come back? Or not? Oh, who thought of that? He is a genius, but an idiot at the same time. Oh my gosh. Please let me know down in the comments if you have seen this movie and what you think of it. Let me know what you thought of this review. So yeah, Petrie is telling a story he heard from his uncle, Toronto. Not Toronto, Toronto. And crashed down behind a rock formation that is a little bit like... Start again. During the night, Littlefoot wakes up and sees a firework flying through the sky and crash down behind a rock formation that is later called Three-Horn Peak, because it looks like... Back in the time of the first movie, when the kids and parents were separated, it doesn't do anything, but then, if on cue, the Wayno, I was about to say. Hey guys, Blazie here, and this is a review of Land Before Time 8, The Big Freeze. It came out in 2001, and spoiler alert, it's probably the most boring Land Before Time so far. Like, it just felt so pointless. So let's just get into it then, shall we? Narration once again, this time by the same person who does it normally, though I will say the animation looks a bit better than the previous one. It doesn't look as good as all the other ones. I very much prefer the traditional style, but this one does look much better. And in fact, I only really spotted like one time a obvious odd animation thing, which was just another dinosaur here just like snorted a line of coke, and his eyes are just like bugging out. But that's really about it. So I gotta give them that, I guess. They managed not to stuff up the animation again. So we see Ducky is having trouble sleeping thanks to Spike snoring, so she gets a little moody about it. The next day, the group is getting taught about the past and such from an old wise dinosaur, Mr. Thicknose, who has been everywhere and knows everything, apparently. But Ducky is falling asleep, basically showing you what you're in for watching this movie. Ducky does end up falling asleep along with Spike, who also does for some reason. I'm a little confused by that. Out of boredom or something, I guess. I understand Ducky, but not Spike. Anyway, but only Ducky seems to get in trouble with Mr. Thicknose and not Spike, making her a little moody, which only escalates as Spike eats her tree star. She yells at him, making Thicknose yell at her but not tell Spike. So things are a little tense, basically. But for me, the viewer, I'm bored as hell already. The Thicknose voice is so boring. He sounds so damn bored. There's just no excitement in his voice at all. It legit feels like you're in class, and this goes on for a good couple minutes. And it's just such a boring start to your movie.
Long, long ago, further back than anyone can remember, great creatures first crawled up from the murky...
The characters are falling asleep, and so am I. Ducky ends up explaining how she feels to Sarah, and I like this explanation, as Ducky doesn't understand this feeling. It's not her to be angry, it's not her to be mad, and I like that she doesn't understand what she's feeling. Like, she doesn't understand what she feels deep inside, like she could be sick. But then Sarah realizes, oh, you're not sick, you're just mad. Yeah, I am. At what? Ducky is just so confused, and I like that, because, yeah, it's just not her character to be mad. So, while that's going on, Spike runs into another Spike Tail who looks a little younger than him, but can actually speak. For some reason, I know they explained that Spike can speak, but only does it when he wants to. But let's be real here, at this point, it's a bit weird. Especially when you bring in one from his own species that is clearly younger. So anyway, basically it's a new migrating spiketail herd that moved into the Great Valley, because apparently spiketails are not a thing in the Great Valley, and the mum of the little one is surprised to see a spiketail. But like, what about the one in the last movie? Sure, may not be herds of them, but there are spiketails there. But I guess they were just like whittled out of this movie conveniently. So anyway, Sarah sings a song about being mad to Ducky. Not sure if it's the right message for kids, so like it's perfectly fine to be mad and scream and let out some anger. That is fine. But needed to just be a little bit more better in terms of a message. Like, don't stay mad, like she said. But it's not a bad sounding song, and ends with Sarah screaming and her dad is just like, oh, she's mad at somebody, and just smiles, and that's kind of funny. So it gets a pass from me. Just the message needed to be a little bit better. Afterwards, during the night, Littlefoot sees Snow during the night, and once again, no one believes what he saw. You think they would be nicer to her by now, and even the thick-nosed teacher, who is all wise and all, doesn't believe him either, or thinks it's anything to worry about, so just he doesn't tell anybody. Ducky is still a little moody at Spike and plays with her siblings, but not Spike, who seems like a little bit left out. But the other Spike tail shows up along with his mum, and they're wondering where like his family is. And so Ducky's mother comes over and is all like, yeah, I'm his mother. It hasn't been easy, but we managed and all that. Saying as well that there wasn't really any other Spike Tails around, but other mum is like, until now. I will admit, the Spike Tail mum seems a little bit judgmental here and there. Like then, hey, Spike can come play with our herd for the day, see how his own kind live. Like, fair, but it comes out as very judgmental. But Mum agrees to it though, but it does look a little sad. And then the other Mum is like, Spike, if you like today, perhaps you could stay a little longer. Go! Stop! Spike does seem very happy though, running around for the others. Ducky has trouble sleeping without Spike now. Then it snows during the night, this time enough for everyone to see and realise. The parents are panicking since it's never really happened in the Great Valley before as far as they know. But the kids love it of course, but Ducky is still mad at Spike and throws a snowball at him. Which at first the kids are like, oh my god, you hit Spike. Which, fair. But then PG is like, hey, that looks fun. Haha, yeah, violence is always great. And so they start playing around in the snow. Even like the grandparents and Peach's mum gets on it. And even eventually Sarah's dad too. That's kind of funny and very heartwarming. I do admit, I do like the scene. It's just that when like Peachy just goes straight into, hey, that looks fun. No, Peachy, violence is not fun. There's plot with like Mr. Thicknose as well. He was a little mean to like Littlefoot, saying to like Grandpa that he is just a bit of a pain because he keeps asking questions. But Grandpa doesn't believe that, and with Littlefoot like telling him about the snow, but him not believing and not telling anyone else, the adults who now see all the snow get angry at him for not saying anything to them, which fair enough. So now though Spike and Ducky seem to be okay, the other Spike Tail wants to hang out, so Spike ends up going with them, while he now blue. Like, I guess it's meant to symbolise them playing in the snow, so now they're like all cold, but it doesn't quite work when the other one is fine. It happens a lot, and it's just a bit all over the place as to how the colours work. As time goes on, the snow becomes heavier and much colder. It has destroyed most of the food, so now the Spike-tail herd's going to leave, considering they're much bigger eaters and usually do move on when this kind of stuff happens. They originally left where they were because of the snow, and now it's pretty much just followed them, so now they're going to leave. But then Tippy, the little Spike-tail, he meets up with Spike and being all cuddly and playful, and then Mum then suggests that maybe he should come with them. Ducky's mum, and well, Spike's mum, is a little unsure about that as they're his family, but she asks him though, he ain't really sure what to do. Ducky basically ends up getting angry as Spike tells him to go, and yeah, he leaves in the end without really saying goodbye to the others, mind you. But then Ducky wonders why would he leave his family? 'Cause he told him to leave? You're a kid, but not a dummy. Ducky and her mum then start singing, what is family? Is it about looking the same? Being the same? But they realise, and no, it's more than that. It could just be someone who is a true friend that is family to you, or just someone who just feels like a brother, or sibling, or a son, or child, you know? Family is complicated like that, but you just know it, you just feel it. It's someone you love. Simple as that, kinda, sort of. Again, it's complicated, but it's someone you love. It's a nice, good message song, I will definitely say that. This is a great message. So Ducky is upset though with Spike leaving and ends up lying to her mum on where she is going and decides to head out and find Spike without telling the others, who realise what's happening when the mum is like looking for Ducky eventually later on. So the others head out and bump into Thick Nose, who's a bit down in the dumps. Ducky's emotions, I have to say, make this movie a bit of a mess. It's very confusing as to where she stands in this movie. Thicno decides to do it up with kids as they go into the Mysterio Beyond for a very basic opening, which I realize, like, isn't the valley meant to be a lot more closed off? It's not like the whole point of why they stay there. Just like any Sharptooth could just walk through this. But then like a little avalanche happens that block off the valley path so they can't get home yet. And then like later on Ducky ends up getting attacked by a Sharptooth, and it just so happens to then like run back to the others with the Sharptooth. They end up taking him out with a giant snowball, and yeah, that encounter was just as short as that sentence was. So it turns out, Thicno has never been outside the Great Valley before, even though he's supposed to be all smart and know everything. They eventually come across water that is frozen, hilarity ensues, the ice breaks, and there's a lot of wet water underneath. Why red? Because it's a hot spring, and red is the colour of hot after all, so it completely makes sense. Haha, not really, but yeah, it's a hot spring, so they get all warm, go back to their original colours, then there's food nearby. Thicknose ends up telling the truth that he lied and didn't actually go on any adventures or anything. He was a shy kid and listened to other travellers' stories, and told those stories himself, and people believed that he was the one saying all that, and believed that he was all wise and everything, and just went with it. And then he sings about everyone wants to be seen and heard. Everyone wants to be important, but then says that everyone has their own special place. Everyone has their importance. It's a good message, but the song is sung really bad by him. He's just so boring and has no energy behind it. I get that he's an old character and it's meant to be like a slow song, but his voice is just so boring. It just comes off as a bad song, though I do like the message in it, but it's a bad song. And then once again the Sharptooth appears and Thicno saves him pretty quickly. It's all over and done with in like less than a minute, so it was pretty pointless. It feels like it was just like a checklist that we have to have a Sharptooth in there. Doesn't matter how long, just shove him in there. He was just like such an afterthought in this movie. So they make their way back to the entrance house, blocked up, and manage to get their parents' attention by Sarah screaming loudly and breaking the snow covering the ice. Like, yeah, that's all it took. It's a good thing I only broke that part of the ice, not all the snow around them coming down upon them. At least that didn't happen, you know, it's just very convenient. It just broke whatever the entrance that we needed to get through. So they go to a hot spring, and there's apparently plenty of food there for all of them. Apparently for a whole herd of dinosaurs that look much more smaller now, I have to say. Did like a bunch of them die in the cold or something? Then the Spike Tails arrive there too, thanks to Spike leading Gray with his nose and finding food. So everyone's all happy to see him, and then Tippy knocks into him accidentally, making him slide away and break through a deeper area of the ice. So it's like a last second tense scene, and he manages to break through and screams out "Mama." His second word ever, and it kind of really hit me in the feels. I won't lie about that. So then yeah, Ducky's mother, and well his, jumps in to save him, and Ducky is all like, "You did it, Mama, you saved him." And she was like, "Of course I did, he's my boy." I always did like, she just like accepted him when like Ducky brought him home, and so this like kind of confirms that like, yeah, she loves them as much as her own children. So in short now, Spike stays there with his family, and the Spike Tails stay around a little longer before heading out to a new location, and that's the movie. This one was just so boring. Now, was it pointless? Kinda. Like, this one was all about Spike and Ducky. It gave the opportunity for Spike to leave with his own kind, but in the end he stayed, and yeah, it's all about family. So the message is nice. There is a good message here about what is family. Well, it's those who love you, and those you love. You don't have to look the same, you don't have to look like them at all. That I totally respect. This movie is just so bland and boring though. Nothing happens in it. Thicknose, one of the main characters of this movie, is just so boring to listen to. But at least the animation was a step up from the previous movie, I guess. It was only really about one eye thing that happened, but that's really about it. Voice acting from the other characters are fine. But now Sarah has become extremely one-note, but she's just mad 24/7. While in the original, they like showed her like vulnerable too. Here, she's just lost that. And that's kind of sad to me that they took away that part of her character that I ended up liking. But I do like the message of this movie, and the overall story of Spike and Ducky wasn't bad. I understand why they did it and why they chose to do this. It just ended up being a really boring movie. It just needed so much more going on in it, because yeah, you have like the Sharptooth, who just appears and gets taken out within like a minute or so, and so it was just like, yeah, why was he even there? It was a checklist. So I have to give this movie a 4 out of 10 foxes. This movie I recommend the least, honestly, for just how meh it is. But I hope you're able to enjoy this review. But Littlefoot says, I know that, and so she really like Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of Land Before Time 9, The Journey to Big Water, which came out in 2002. This movie wasn't too bad. Not great, not really that good, but it wasn't too bad. It starts with narration, obviously. Like, come on, where have you been if you don't know that it starts with narration all the time? By this time, though, the narration introduces a world in the ocean, the dinosaurs and creatures all that living in it. That is something new and interesting, at least, and the visuals do look okay enough with the CGI parts not looking too awful at the moment, but within this movie they use it quite a lot, but more effectively than in Coldfire, which just looked bad. Speaking of which, the rainbow faces show off for a second, aka one of the alien dinosaurs. Don't know what I mean? Go check out that review of Land Before Time, Stoner Coldfire. Okay? And then come back here. The last movie barely used the CGI stuff, so it's interesting this movie has quite a lot of it. Even the eggs they show at one point are CGI. Is it bad though? It's passable, but very noticeable. So there is very heavy sky water, aka rain coming down onto a valley, but eventually the clouds go away and a rainbow appears. I only bring this up because Littlefoot calls it the sky colours. Even though they know what rainbows are, they call the dinosaur with multiple colours on their faces rainbow faces, yet they call the multiple colours of the sky colours. Look, I like when they have different names for things. I always like that. I've mentioned that before. But when it's inconsistent like that, it just seems very forced. So with the storm cleared, Littlefoot goes to play with the others, but all of them are busy. Sarah and her father are pushing a CGI log, which yeah, doesn't look great. Not terrible, but it's just really obvious. Now, I generally bring this kind of stuff up because you look at The Lion King that came out in 1994. All those wildebeests running down are all CGI, but they blend in so damn well. Okay, so it's more obvious these days, but as a kid, it wasn't noticeable at all. It was amazing to learn that it was all CGI, like holy crap. Like, it looks so good. So, a movie in 2002 is, like, my main point here with, like, CGI scenes like this, that just look this obvious. It does make me go ew a little bit. So, anyway, Ducky and Spike are moving because their place is all squishy, aka muddy, and Peachy has a cold. So Littlefoot has no one to play with, and so he sings about being bored. And then the others in the area sing about how boring it is to do things without their friends, or boring when you're sick. It's such an odd thing to sing about in a way. It's just not a good song at all. It's only afterwards it makes sense, when he's all like, yeah, there's a whole world to explore, but where's the fun in that if you got no one to share it with? That's good, that makes sense, that's a good message. But it's not in the song, or if it is, it needed to be louder and clearer. Littlefoot then complains about wishing he wanted a brother so he won't ever be alone. Well, that's a first. He ends up wandering off to go do something, talking to himself in the process, and finds an area that was flooded thanks to the rain. He tells Grandpa and the others, and another storm happens. After that we see Toronto flying around. Okay. Littlefoot hears a noise in the morning and wanders off to go find it, which conveniently Grandpa wakes up and doesn't hear it while Littlefoot goes to find it, which is back at the location like from the other night. And he somehow heard it from like their usual sleeping spot, and of course no one else does. We see it's a swimmer that Littlefoot has never seen before, and it sounds like a cross between a monkey and a dolphin. I can see why they were going for like a dolphin because it like looks like one, but it comes off as like a monkey and it's weird. Luckily though, I got used to it after the first few scenes.
Sounds like it's coming from out there.
But at the same time, it does sound so cute when it first talks. I really like the speech pattern design they gave to him. His name is Mo as well, by the way, so you all know. I'm a sucker for cute voices, I really am.
I'm Littlefoot.
Littlefoot?
No, Littlefoot.
Littlefoot?
Well, that's pretty close. What's your name?
Mo?
The others find Littlefoot and he calls Mo his best friend. And so of course they're like, but aren't we your best friend? Like, oh, bad choice of words there, Littlefoot. I feel like Mo is like hiding away, and then like the adults have said not to go near the big water because it might be dangerous, and Mo overhears Ducky say this and it makes him sad, so he seems to like swim away. So Sarah believes he just made him up, and then Petrie sings about him having like an imaginary friend, and all of them join in on how great they are to have because they feel like the same way you do, and like they experience what you do. It's a little weird, mostly because then like Littlefoot joins in. And it's like, they're kind of like mocking him, like saying like you have like an imaginary friend, which he doesn't, Mo as well. But then like, yeah, he joins in on how great they are to have. So it's just a bit odd. Also a bit of a weird message to send to kids. Like, having an imaginary friend is perfectly fine, but just the way they sing about it was a little bit of a weird message. So after the song, Mo does show up, so what was up with him getting sad and leaving then if he's just gonna jump in and like show up now pretty quickly afterwards? Mo explains he came from big water in the mysterious beyond, and from the storm there were like waves and all that, making him quite scared, and he swam into a whirlpool from the sounds of it. It's really confusing, and so he ended up in the Great Valley. Though he says he's alone, we see a dark shadow coming up behind him, and then he swims down and sees a Liopleurodon, a sharp-toothed swimmer in other words, that doesn't bother him for some reason, but attacks the others, but they manage to get away with Mo's help. I think I was kind of confused by what happened there, to be honest. Littlefoot wants to help Mo, and he asks the parents if they could travel to big water or something to help him, but they don't agree to help a stranger. Then an earthshake happens, it splits them up, and it looks kind of awful how quick it happens, with like the rock formations coming out of the ground, and then like this like weird wavy ground, and then just all the CGI. It starts off really bad and odd looking. They really overdid the CGI in this one. So apparently, and conveniently, the earthshake trapped a sharp-toothed swimmer in a cave. So now they don't really have to worry about him to get Mo home. Petrie like ends up flying up and finds big water, like scouts it out, but almost gets taken out by the wind. I guess he is a little flyer, but it was so pointless because he just keeps going afterwards. Like, it was just such a pointless little tense scene. And then like he starts imagining like an imaginary friend, so he's not alone. And yeah, okay, when you're alone, it's okay to think of someone being there with you so you're not alone. It keeps your mind busy, and that's okay to me. Anyway, Mo plays around a bit too much and it annoys Sarah. Eventually, Mo has to get over a jump and uses Littlefoot like a web, which was kind of funny about like how that was done. And then we see the swimmer Sharktooth might be finally getting out of his cave he was trapped in. Oh, tensions. So at least there is like a villain here, like, oh, he's gotta get out of his cave, oh, he's dangerous, and all that. They're doing something compared to the Sharktooth in the last movie. He just randomly appeared, got dealt with in a minute, and bleh. They have this like looming threat kind of thing. The kids don't see it, but we as the audience know that it's there. So that's at least something going on. And then they start to sing a song to fill out their boredom, and they sing the big water song we heard in the second movie. It's shorter and a couple different lines, but we already heard the song before. So blare to this. Mo ends up joining in, singing in his own way, and the others hate the sounds he is making. Like, wow, rude? Like a bunch of crickets come out that everyone's scared of, like, intense scene with crickets. But then they go over to Mo and they communicate? How does that work? How do they understand each other? It makes no sense at all. But at least they enjoyed his singing, apparently. And then they let them know that they are close to reaching big water. Ducky ends up stumbling into a hole filled with eggs that belongs to a friendly dinosaur, luckily, but asks if she could help them in any way, and they just ask for a place to sleep for the night, so they end up like snuggling up to her for the night, which is a little weird, but fair enough. It's cold, sure, snuggled up to a stranger then, yep. Great message for the kids. During the night, Mo wakes up Littlefoot to go look at some sea stars. It's a nice little scene, I will say. And then he starts singing about no one has to be alone, and honestly, it's a good song. It's sung well and sounds good, but the message in it comes kind of out of nowhere in this story. It's just a bit odd, really, but it's not a bad song. Also, he ends up like waking up everyone, and the babies also had some eggs as well. But like, yeah, good job sleeping for the night then. But yeah, it's the best song of a lot. Once awake, they move on. Eventually, they play around in the water to cool off, and just to have some fun with Mo. I also like how, like, early on, Petrie pointed out where the big water was early in the movie, though we never saw from, like, the camera angle, like, how far exactly. Because, yeah, it's been, like, a day or so, and they're still traveling. Then we see the swimmer Sharktooth is nearby, and a storm happens to give it, like, a dark, edgy look to the film, as the Sharktooth reveals itself. And, Petrie gets zapped by lightning and almost freaking dies. But he's fine. So a little battle scene happens, and it does look nice, I will say that. Eventually Mo says goodbye and like sticks his tongue out of the dinosaur, and his face was like pretty funny to me. Like, did you just... Oh, you bitch! Then he like slaps him with his fan and then hurries off with like a sharp tooth in tow. And Littlefoot screams out, no! Then the others kind of just sleep again. Like, I guess all of a sudden it was like nighttime and so they just sleep. But that's because I do think that something happened to Mo. That like he did like run off with him. And you know, something might have happened because she doesn't return. So Littlefoot is like sad, blaming himself since they think something bad happened to Mo. It's been, I guess, like a whole night since then, and like they just wants someone to play with, and shouldn't have forced the others to become friends with him. But then they themselves say they weren't forced, they just did. And even Sarah says that. And I honestly like this scene because Sarah says, we found her brother. And the way she says it is just so genuine, and I really like it. It feels like the old Sarah that I have complained about isn't really a thing anymore. But here, yeah, she is being kind. And Red explains that she was jealous that Mo was getting attention because he was like so fun, but she could be fun too. But Littlefoot says, I know that. And so she realizes that like, why was she even jealous in the first place then? Honestly, a good message for kids that just because you think someone thinks something of you doesn't mean it's true. So they end up like making some noises like Mo would do, and they hear Mo, so they follow the noise and they're not finding him safe and sound. And he tells how he managed to evade the Sharptooth, who just ended up like smelling out the ocean and swimming out there. Would have been nice to have seen this conflict instead of just talking about it, but whatever. So now with them near big water, he can finally go home, which at first he doesn't want to leave, he wants to be with his new friends. But then his family show up and he swims over there all excited. They help get directions as to how to get home themselves, but before the movie ends, Mo shows Littlefoot where he lives. Littlefoot puts his head under the water and sees like his world, which does look beautiful, but then Littlefoot like ends up falling into water. But then he just like swims around and enjoys the view and the sea life. And I do like this. It looks nice and makes me want to like wish we got more of it. Because they are good when they are shown. And so everyone goes home and that's the movie. There's really not much to this movie at all. Again, it's just get fish back into the ocean. But I do like Mo. There's no real villain in the sense of like a talking one, just like a voiceless swimming Sharptooth. But it was something different, and that's what's good about this film, is that it was a bit different, showing an underwater world. The songs could have been a bit more clear on the messages, the CGI parts been less. I didn't mind this film. I don't think it's that good, but it was better than the last two. Okay, that's a lie. Stoner Code Fire, it's Alpha and Omega 3 bad, but it's oh so good like that movie is. But you get my point. So, I give this movie a 5 out of 10 foxes. It's an average kids movie that could have been better, but it could have been worse too. I wasn't completely bored like I was in the previous movie. I like the new characters, so that sort of kept me watching. I will say, though, having watched 9 of these now, I am getting kind of bored of them, so my energy and excitement for these movies have died down. The magic is kind of gone for me, but I will keep on watching and reviewing these as best as I can. Wow. In short, I cried. Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of Land Before Time 10, The Great Longneck Migration, that came out in 2003, and has another new voice for Littlefoot. His voice is like the only one that changes multiple times, and I will say, I don't feel like he was the best one, but he still did a good job. But yes, this is the 10th movie, and first of all, I do want to apologize how late this review is. I haven't been in a great headspace for a while, but anyway, let's get on with this very late review. So this is the 10th movie, so surely by now, it definitely can't be good, right? I even said the magic is gone. What I love about these movies is just gone. But can they bring that back? Well, as I said, this movie made me cry. Well, tear up quite a bit at least, so how did it do that? Well, let me tell you. So of course, narration, duh. And then there's that CGI again, which by now I've not only gotten used to, but it is looking that bit better. I think generally because now like everything is just made of CGI, like now even like the dinosaurs are pretty much, like there's like a lot of CGI dinosaurs now. And in general, they just have gotten that little bit better at it. I mean, you would think so by now. So it does work for this one. So surprise surprise, the world is inhabited by dinosaurs. Wow, who knew? but then ones that float. Like, I was trying to drink and suddenly they're floating and comical spitting out of water happens. Like, what? What just happened? What am I watching? What? Did I take some drugs or something? But, like, at the same sort of time, he does say once that dream. So it's a dream Littlefoot is happening, and that's very obvious, but it just happens a split second before he says it, and really caught me off guard. And I was just like, oh no, what am I in for? Though they call what's happening a sleep story, not a dream, which I swear they have called them dreams before, but I may be wrong on that one. So yeah, it's a really weird, trippy dream, and then something with the sun I will get into later. I did notice something as well, as I mentioned, with them going full CGI and such. Everything does look nice in this movie. Like, they do good lighting and such with the characters. It feels accurate to their environment. It's just nice to look at with some good backgrounds. I just wanted to mention that. So we do see Littlefoot eyeing how the sun like it's his mortal enemy, but he doesn't really understand why. He explains to the others he had a weird sleep story, which Sarah replies with, I don't have any sleep stories. Sleep stories are for babies. Like, what the actual hell? Who says that? Who says dreams are for babies? I get it's her character to say that, but not even bullies say that. Can you just, like, imagine? Huh, this guy dreams. Huh, what a nerd. What a baby he is dreaming. Yeah, you do too? No, I don't dream. Dreaming is for babies. No, it's natural. Everyone does it. Not me, because I'm a big boy. Like, yeah, what? And so because, like, Sarah is just like, yeah, I don't have them. Littlefoot says she had a dream where, like, Sarah destroyed, like, some big rocks. And so she gets all excited, like, yeah, I could do that. And so once head first into a walk, which doesn't break, and then she was like, yeah, I'm gonna go home. So Littlefoot was like, I didn't mean for her to hurt her head. Sure, Littlefoot, sure, you little sadistic dinosaur, you. So during the night, now Grandpa sees Littlefoot's having trouble sleeping. Well, it turns out he and Grandma are having trouble sleeping too, and have been having the same weird dream as Littlefoot. And they feel some kind of need to go somewhere. They feel a need to leave, so they decide to go on a journey. Where? Who knows? Because, like, they don't. But Littlefoot is pretty excited to go on a journey with them. Littlefoot tells the others about his adventure, and they all sing about him going on an adventure. And at one point it says, like, mud, but no, it's a river of blood. That's definitely a big river of blood. Let's be real here. That's blood. That's a lot of blood. That's not mud. Honestly, I really liked the song. Very toe-tapping and made me bob my head a few times. And they used, like, the 3D CGI stuff effectively. But during the song, the others mentioned wanting to go on an adventure too. They want to go adventuring with their friend. After the song, I like Grandpa just, like, sticking his head down above the trees. It was kind of just like a really cool shot to how tall it was. It was a neat little perspective. So then, yeah, Littlefoot and grandparents quite suddenly leave without much of a goodbye, honestly. It kind of did happen fast, so yeah, they leave, no idea where they're going, and end up in a swamp-looking area. Littlefoot almost gets eaten by a gator, but it's okay, it gets stopped to death by another long neck, which Littlefoot is all like, wow. Like, wow, I've never seen one of those before. Okay. But that'll be explained later. It's just at this point it is a little weird. And so they fake her, but then this dino, Sue her name, is like, oh, it's okay, it was fun. What's the point of having big feet if you don't step on bad guys? I think she's a macro who likes stepping on people. Well, we know her fetish. But as they leave together, we see the gator is still alive. She did enjoy it though, which is what concerns me. Time passes and the night shot here is really nice. The animation here is really quite beautiful, I have to say. So, okay, Sue also mentions that she is, like, the tallest one and used to looking down on people, and so she wants to find someone who she could, like, look up to. So that's what it was that she was just, like, a lot taller than, like, all the other long necks, and so Littlefoot hasn't seen one that big before. She also mentions that she has the same dream and same need to go somewhere. During that same night, Sarah has a bad dream about Littlefoot returning home and getting showered and loved, but, like, she hates it. I'm so confused by this, but I guess, you know, that's obviously Sarah, but, like, it's still a bit of an odd scene. But so she decides to go get everyone and go find out what kind of adventure Littlefoot is happening. They're able to follow for big dinosaurs leaving big footmarks, and for some reason in the same shot she says that after they go get Petrie, there's footprints all outside Petrie's place, and it's really weird. Like, I get the visual, but outside his place is just a bit odd. Like, did they go through there? I doubt it. It's weird. In the morning, Littlefoot and the others have more long necks all around them. And yeah, there's a lot of them all around. And they used a lot of CGI on dinosaurs here, but it's not terrible though. Noticeable? Yeah. But again, not terrible like it could have been. The others end up in the swamp, and the gators just get so annoyed with her talking and attacks, which was kind of funny. But then, like, everything goes all weird because it's like a scary scene, but whatever. They defeat it and continue. Running this time as fast as they can and end up napping once they get to the other side of the swamp. After that, Littlefoot wakes up to see a whole bunch of dinosaurs all around him, and they stop and get Littlefoot to climb up high in the trees, and we get this lovely face. And so they believe they have made it to where they are going. So the others end up sleeping next to a sharp tooth, thinking it was just a walk, and only noticing once it starts snoring after Spike snoring, so Sarah can yell at him and then be shocked that, oh no, it was actually a sharp tooth. Like, good going snoring on cue like that. They get attacked, but get away and also be an older longneck named Pat. So Littlefoot and the others did make it to where they felt a need to go, and it's just full of longneck. Sue even meets up with like an even taller longneck, so she's happy. Boy, she really does like science difference, huh? So the new area seems to be like a crater, as Littlefoot describes it, as like a big hole. But yeah, now they're just living here, like they did just migrate to some random locations from an odd dream they had. It is just a little odd how they're treating it. As Littlefoot's walking around, we see a mean-looking green longneck kid who Littlefoot doesn't see and gets tripped over by. Like, wow, what a dick. But funnily enough, his name is Shorty. And some dinosaur later named Bron comes over and is like, what happened, Shorty? Shorty says that Littlefoot stepped on his tail on purpose, but Big Dinosaur Dude ain't having it. It's like, after you tripped him over. So he makes Shorty apologize, and Shorty walks off, and so then Bron introduces himself, and oddly says when he was little, he was called Littlefoot. So like, a longneck parents' dicks, and give their children stupid names like Shorty because they're small, and it's not only when they start growing when they give them their real names. So like, will like the grandparents give Littlefoot a name once he starts growing up? But like, I really don't think he will not ever change it. He will always be Littlefoot because his friends would constantly tease him and just constantly call him Littlefoot. But anyway, this is where things start to get really interesting. Grandpa comes along and spoiler alert, like yes, spoiler alert, if you really don't want to find out this massive spoiler, just finish the review here, give me likes and all that kind of stuff, but Grandpa recognizes Bron, and Bron calls him Papa Longneck. Grandpa says that Bron is Littlefoot's father. Holy crap, what? Holy crap, okay, now I'm intrigued. What the hell, this came out of nowhere. But made me interested for sure, like, wow, yeah, he has never been mentioned before. I never even thought about it. So this kind of just hit me so hard, like, oh my god, it's his dad. And when Littlefoot hears that, he just, like, runs off, like, not knowing what to think. And it's like, yeah, dude, I feel ya. I don't know what to think. We then see the others, and they get helped by the old longneck I bumped into earlier to get across on like a strong flowing water. It's like he has to like jump over, and that was kind of funny because it's just like we haven't really seen longnecks move like that too much, so that was kind of funny and like really nicely animated. After doing so, he mentions that he too had like a dream, and so they're pretty sure they're going the same way and join up. So Littlefoot's off crying, wondering where his dad has been this whole time, as he comes and explains what has happened. So before Littlefoot was born, but knowing he was on the way, Bron left to go find a new, better place to live. But as he returned, the Earthquakes had destroyed everything, and which was like, yeah, the plot of like the first sort of movie. And everyone had left where they originally lived. So Bron searched for them, eventually finding out what happened with the Sharptooth and Littlefoot's mother. But he kept on searching. He really wanted to find his son. Eventually coming across Shorty, who had like a bunch of other baby longnecks with him that he was protecting. So they followed Bron and depended on him, and eventually others joined him, and soon enough, he was a leader of a herd. And that's just kind of how it's been for the last whatever so amount of time. He's just been the leader of a herd. Then we get a song talk about how great it is to have a dad. The song is sung okay, like it's not like the best kind of song, it's just one of those kind of songs that appear in these movies. It's more so the visual storytelling happening during the song, that is nice, and so it gets a pass. But we see Shorty is jealous and feels alone, and Bron says that most of the others were adopted but not Shorty. So it's kind of telling you how this story will go, honestly. Shorty we see likes smacking rocks with his tail and smacks rocks into Littlefoot's face. Like, dude, chill. Even Bourne just like looks at him and Littlefoot and him just wander off together. While the others crossing a lava area, poor old dude gets his foot burned and like, ow! It looks really painful. And I appreciate the kids don't want to leave without him too, because he's just like, oh, just go ahead without me. But like, he is hurt after all, and like can't really move too fast. And even Sarah wants to stay with him. And that's like really hits you in the feels. Like, yeah, they actually just wait with him. And he is so happy about it. And it's just so wholesome. Because he is like traveling on his own. He's like an old dinosaur. So I guess it's like he might not really have a herd or friends and such. And then like, he's with these guys, and like they're making him happy, and it's just so adorable. I love it. He also like mentions a story with his son, like about the moon being jealous and covered up the sun, but then threw it down to Earth, where the long necks used their long necks to grab it and throw it back up. So maybe you're talking about a comet, maybe like a solar eclipse. I don't know, but I am very intrigued though, so it's got that going for it. Basically, there is this ominous thing that's going to happen, and in the next scene, Bourne and Littlefoot are wondering what's happening too, and me, the audience, is as well. What will happen? This is interesting, I do say. So Bourne mentions, what does Littlefoot want to do now? Like, his dad doesn't want to lose him again, and so he wants to stay with him, but again, whatever happens, they have to return to their herd in the end, and he is a leader of a herd, and so he can't go back to Littlefoot's herd, because he has his own. So, will Littlefoot stay with his grandparents, or stay with his dad? But during the night, he does go and sleep down with his grandfather, and it's honestly a nice scene with Grandpa waking up and noticing, and saying along the lines of, like, we just want you to be happy, and no matter what, we'll always love you, no matter where you are. It's like that do hit me in the feels, and it's just a nice scene. But later on at night, Littlefoot goes to sleep with Bourne, but then sees Shorty walking away, sadly leaving area. So of course he follows to find out what, if he's okay. Littlefoot catches up to him, and Shorty is quite sad. And so Littlefoot mentions, well, maybe we can just be like brothers. And Shorty is happy about that, and so that's nice to see. Then suddenly Peter comes out of nowhere, and we hear loud footsteps and think it's the old dude with the others. But no, it's a Sharptooth. The others do randomly appear running away for him, and Pat is there as well, coming and attacking with Sharptooth. His foot's still in bad shape, so he's unable to really fight. So others one, they realise they can't just run, he's our friend. So with Shorty flinging rocks with his tails a lot, he flicks rocks at the Sharptooth to distract him and hurt him and all that. Bourne hears and comes down to protect the kids, admittedly pulling off a pretty sweet manoeuvre. They take him out, but there's more than one. Two more show up, and the other one ends up waking up. So now Grandpa comes down to fight, and then Grandma too, which is a first, but pretty great. She even knocks one of them out. Also, I like it's like a bunch of long necks, yet it's the old dudes taking them out. Honestly, it's all a pretty great tense scene. But then shit starts happening, the sky starts to darken as the moon covers up the sun, and well, it's a solar eclipse. Whatever is happening, the long necks understand and surround the crater they're in, making a giant circle around it as an eclipse-like event happens. But then, like, we see all these rocks start flying everywhere down, which scares off the Sharptooth. The long necks close their eyes and lift up their necks to catch the sun like the story goes. And well, in the end, nothing happens. Like, what was it? I get that dinosaurs don't understand science and eclipses and stuff, but like, why have a dream and all that? Like, huh? So, I do love Sarah is like, I don't believe it. Long necks saved the world. This has got to kill my dad. That's pretty funny. That's a funny line. Because, like, yeah, they do think that they managed to do something. And now everyone's going home. And Pat, the old dude, has got to leave. But the others want him to come stay with them in the Great Valley. And he seems, like, really happy. And he's just so... And it's just so heartwarming. But the others, like, really want him to come home with him. I really love this, honestly. And so, yeah, he ends up going with them. So I kind of hope he actually does appear in the future movies. Because I like the old dude. I just like his friendship with them. And then, like, Sue is happy with the taller long neck she found and is going to go off to live with him instead of going back to her own herd. She's going off with him. But now Littlefoot is struggling on what to do, if he should go with his dad or with his grandparents. And then they start singing it. Sometimes friends have to leave, but they'll never forget each other and always be friends. It's a very wholesome song. I started to tear up a little. So he does say his goodbyes, and he is leaving with his father, but then says that he made his decision. He isn't ready to leave his friends just yet. Since I came all this way to find him, which really does show how much I love him, and says that his grandparents need him. But it's okay, because Bourne has Shorty. He may have been looking for a son, but he found one after all. So he isn't completely alone then. I guess, like, Littlefoot now has, like, an adopted brother. So, in the end, Littlefoot returns home with his grandparents, but narrator says that him and his dad do go on plenty of adventures together when he's older, so it's not truly the last time he sees him. And in the end, I did cry. Like, for a good while after this, I have to admit. At least my eyes were just, like, really teary for a good 10 minutes or so after watching this movie. This movie reminds me of why I love The Land Before Time. This was a worthy sequel. It truly feels like a Land Before Time movie. Sure, the whole dream thing ended up just being an eclipse, and like, what was even the point of it all? Like, seriously, what was it even about? It looked as though, maybe it was like a comet that came down and destroyed the area originally, so maybe that has something to do with it? I really don't know. Maybe it's not really meant to be thought about too hard. It is like the driving force of the movie, of like getting the characters to this location and everything, but it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But I guess maybe you don't think about it too much in a real world scenario of what an eclipse is. Maybe it really does need long necks to lift it up, you know? It is one of those kids movie things. But goddamn, if it didn't hit me in the feels that suddenly, bam, that's his dad. Like I said, I was not expecting that at all. This movie, to me, honestly, is a solid 8 out of 10 foxes. Like, yeah, as I said, I started crying for a couple of minutes after watching this movie. It really hit me, and I did not expect that to happen in the 10th movie. But again, it reminded me of why I love this series. I never expected to see his dad, like, it never even crossed my mind. But overall, it was just really well done as well. The songs were nice, the animation was pretty decent, it had some really nice scenes in there. The fight in the end was good. The comedy was good as well. I actually laughed quite a few times. It was actually quite good. It just had like an overall really nice feel to the whole movie. Thank you to this movie for reminding me of why I love this series. And thank you for watching this video. Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of The Land Before Time 10. I have 8 fingers. Don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. We also get a scene where like Littlefoot is like, well, I dreamed of just bleh. And so they do fake her. Then this Dino. I said Dino? Yeah, I don't know. I'm only noticing as it starts snoring after Spike snoring. And I only noticed. So the others ended up sleeping next to a sharp teeth, thinking it was just like a walk. So the others ended up sleeping next to a sharp tooth, thinking it was just a walk, and only noticing once it starts snoring after Smikes. And only noticing once it starts snoring after Spikes. That's a little tongue twister there. Snoring after Spike's snoring. Little bit of a tongue twister. And only noticing once it starts snoring after Spike's. But we do see Shorty is jealous. It feels a lord. I don't know why I said it like that, but I did. Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of Land Before Time 11, Invasion of the Tiny Saucers. So after the 10th movie, I was excited to see what they would do. It made me remember why I love the Land Before Time movies. But I also remember the last movies weren't exactly amazing, so I didn't keep my excitement up for long. This one came out in 2005, so 2 years after the 10th one. Almost like when I were going to stop, I said, let's see how much more further we can milk this, because I feel like the 10th one was a good ending. But whatever, here we are. So of course, narration. Gotta give them props at this point for coming up with the same narration, but said differently. Talks about there being big dinosaurs and one as small as kittens, and small things being just as important as everything else and all that. And one of those small things is a tasty flower that blooms not very often. It's not very clear if it's like once a year or something going by the ending, which I will get to. And so we see a large tree in the valley. It looks rather pretty with all the little pink flowers on it. We also hear Littlefoot got a new voice again, and this time it's not very good. Like, it's fine, but definitely the weakest so far. So apparently they have to wait until nibbling day. Sounds hot. To eat the flower so that everyone gets a turn. But Petrie goes for ones up top since no one will notice, but Sarah's dad tells him off. The dude has taken it upon himself to guard the tree. Sarah mentions that she gets first dibs at the flowers because she found the tree in the first place. Though we get a flashback and see it was Littlefoot who found it, but Sarah jumps on his back and takes a bite out of the flower, so technically she did get to eat it first. And then a weird argument of, well, maybe Littlefoot should have eaten it if he wasn't so small. It goes on about, like, you're small for a long neck, aren't you? And Littlefoot seems so sad and down, like, you think I'm small? And she kind of teases him and in the end says, like, see you later, Littlefoot. Really emphasizing the little. It's a little bit of a mean moment, I have to say. Also, like, that Littlefoot has seen, like, other kid longnecks and all the same size as him, so now suddenly, oh, I'm small. Oh, I'm useless because I'm small. Doesn't quite really work. And considering the title and the narration, this is what the story is about, isn't it? So, a very female freehorn shows up, calling Daddy Freehorn Topsy. So, I guess we got an official name for him now. Topsy. Love it. He seems kind of embarrassed while backing himself up. So, like, the whole tough guy act is kind of failing here at the moment, and now he's like a lovesick teenager, and it is kind of funny to see him as such.
Why, Topsy, you haven't changed a bit.
She wants to get, like, a tree treat first, which Topsy is all very giggly and shyly agrees to, even though, like, he promised it to his daughter. But here something does start to happen that I noticed throughout the movie. They really, like, stretch their faces here and there, kind of comically exaggerating the animations. It's a bit much, I must say, in this movie. So Littlefoot is all moody about being small, trying to climb a rock, gets help from Grandpa, and so Littlefoot is like, oh, it's because I'm small that I can't do these things. Which his grandparents mentioned as dad, which I like they mentioned him. And they themselves were teeny like him when they were young, and he is like surprised. Like, doesn't he understand basic stuff like a kid grows up to be an adult size one day? Meaning all adults were teeny at one point? It is an odd thing for him to be like surprised by, like, just like, the way he was surprised, you know, he was like, really like, wow, you know. But then good old Grandma warns the mood by saying, well, Grandpa was taller when he was your age. Like, wow, way to make him feel sad again. So he does end up wandering off sad. At this point, I don't have much hope for this movie. He ends up where those tree sweets are, well, above him on like a cliff, and feels like, well, now he's big enough to get the first tree sweet. And so he reaches out to grab some, ends up breaking the cliff away and falling into the tree. Falling all the way through the branches and flowers, and in the process, knocking off all the flowers. Yeah, every single one of the flowers ends up getting knocked off. Well, he's dead for sure. He passes out and wakes up and there's like a tiny little long-necked dinosaur standing on his belly. Littlefoot looks around to see like a whole bunch of these dinosaurs all around him and they're basically just him but coloured differently. Great character design there for sure. He screams and they all run away screaming too. Sarah's dad, well, Topsy that I shall now call him because I do love that name. But if it's his nickname, I wonder how he got it. Anyway, him and his girlfriend come by. Littlefoot runs away so they don't see him as they like notice a tree is destroyed. So he screams out, which was funny as the grandparents is like, it's Mr. Freehorn again. I'm sure he'll tell us what's going on. They all gather around a tree while he accuses someone of eating them. It's like, damn, that's a lot of flowers for one dinosaur to eat. Here as well, the female Freehorn mentions that she was supposed the first tree sweet was supposed to be for Sarah, so Sarah is obviously confused. Littlefoot, being a bit nervous, yells out that it wasn't him, he didn't do anything.
What's the matter with... I didn't do it! You hear me? I didn't do it!
The female Freehorn recognizes him as the one that ran away, they were there. Which, like, why didn't she say that before, like, she saw, like, a long-necked child running away? Littlefoot doesn't bring up vows because of him that the tree seats all fell off, but does mention the little longnecks that are there that ate the flowers, twisting the story a little bit. But no one believes him anyway and starts laughing, even his friends. Great friends. But we do see a little flower petal with small bite marks and realize there are small dinosaurs out there. Like, wow, that didn't take much convincing at all. Now Topsy is all like, this is awful, our valley being invaded by teeny pests that creep and crawl around, and another says, little things are awful, I hate them. Yikes. The herd starts singing about creepy crawlies, aka small creatures. The grandparents end up speaking up during the song that, like, everything has its place and they might be nice. But yeah, no one seems really pleased about the little things crawling about, and it's also not a really great song. Topsy wants to exterminate them. Like, yeah, that's his wording. Yikes, dino genocide. I don't understand the hate for these things in the entire movie for these just little dinosaurs. I truly don't understand it. I get they ate the flowers, at least that's like what they know. But they clearly they're new to the valley, so like find them and make them understand what they did is wrong. But nope, dino genocide. But Grandpa chimes in that they have as much right to be here as we do. But I do love this. In the next scene, we get a group of dinos that include Ducky and Peach's mum, yelling away like they have like no right to eat our flowers. But in the same shot is Grandma, doing the exact same thing and yelling towards Grandpa, but in the next shot it's like confused along with Grandpa that like everyone's arguing over this. It's a funny goof, or if it's like another long neck, they coloured her like her. So that's what could have happened. So Sarah is annoyed with her dad, and then like Littlefoot and her go and try and find the little dinosaurs, Peachy, Spike and Ducky, a separate group, and then those three start singing about the creepy crawlies. Again. Just after we already heard it. Why? So Sarah is angry with her dad, and then Littlefoot falls into a cave and ends up landing on like the tiny dinosaur. How did he not crush it? I don't know. And Littlefoot runs away scared. This is so weird, honestly. Why is he so scared of a tiny dinosaur? Up top, Sarah comes across her dad and the female freehorn, whose name is Tria, by the way, sorry for not mentioning that sooner. And he's still also giddy and weird. We now know they did know each other when he was a wild young fella. Basically, yeah, they were teenage sweethearts. Next, we get some awful screaming from Littlefoot. Like, it's not convincing at all. As I said, he's definitely the weakest of a lot when it comes to voice acting, and this kind of proves it. And finds a little green long neck again, and then there's like more all around him, and he's scared of it doing something to him. Like, calm down, dude, they're tiny and would be dead by now if they were going to do something. But then they're like, what could we do? You're so big, you're a giant. And Littlefoot is so happy, like, yeah, I am big, I am huge. Because, well, he is compared to them. And the little green one is like the same one I was standing on his belly earlier. And it's like, hey, you remember me? But Littlefoot denies it. Like, why are you lying to them? Why are you lying to the little dude, Littlefoot? We're clearly not the bad guys here. Own up to your mistakes. You've been in enough movies by now to know that this will come back to haunt you eventually. The little guy's name is Skitter, by the way. Suddenly a big booming voice is heard that makes them all run away scared. Skitter says that Littlefoot better hide. It's Big Daddy. Nice name. But that voice is oh so familiar.
And there's...
Skitter! Lizzie!
Oh,
Kids!
better hide! That's Big Daddy! Big Daddy?
Do you kids hear me when I'm talking to you?
And it's Michael Clark Duncan, Wester's soul. I love the big dude, and it's so awesome to hear his voice again. Is something I haven't seen. But at the same time, he is even smaller than the other dinosaurs, just much older, so that's why he's like daddy, I guess. But yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing when they cast him. So, okay, so Big Daddy is like, you told the big ones about us, didn't you? But then Skinner is like, no, Big Daddy, it wasn't him. I thought so too, but it's just someone who looks like him. Which, okay, so this is where that whole thing will like come into it. Of course, it has a purpose where they'll all find out later and be angry and disappointed in him and all that. I don't really get this whole hatred for them, right? Or why they have to like sneak around. The dinosaurs like everyone else, right? Hell, since they're teeny, they would eat less food. Whatever. During the night, Littlefoot goes and gets food for him. The adults in the morning are mad about someone eating the food during the night, aka what Littlefoot took. Tria talks to Sarah, and like seems like she was trying to get to know her better, but Sarah just gets mad and walks off. And later gets mad at Ducky for calling her dad Topsy, which they still continue to do throughout the movie anyway. Randomly, at one point, Littlefoot sees like the two little dudes just chilling on some rocks with an acorn randomly. Luckily, he saw them first, so he tells the others to go look somewhere else, getting like a weird animation in the process. Another 2 nights pass and we get a scene with a grumpy Sarah and her dad. He talks about like, she likes me and I like her. She doesn't have anyone and needs protecting. I mean, she has horns, right? Like, that's like kind of the whole purpose of him. But Sarah wants it to be like it always was. Everyone hating him and him hating everyone else. But he says things are just not going to be like that. Even though you want to exterminate all the little dinosaurs. Basically, it's that kind of story of a parent finding a new girlfriend. Sarah walks off during the night and sees Littlefoot is up to something. For some reason deciding like to wake up the others, wasting time. The Littlefoot could be like over and done with before they even like get there. I understand waking up the others, but she's wasting time. But so the others end up falling into the hole that like Littlefoot went down in, so now they see the little ones. So Peachy and Ducky are like, oh, we should tell the others up top. But Sarah was like, nah, we won't do that. Which, yay, awesome, good job. But of course it's because she doesn't want to tell her dad. Ah, yeah, sounds about right. Big Daddy chooses to trust Sarah and just goes along with everything. And then one of the other little dinos mentions to Sarah that her dad gets mad a lot too, and looks back at Big Daddy, who mentioned his daughter Lizzie at some point. So something I want to point out as well at this point, are they just like little long necks in this world basically? Because yeah, they have the same look as Littlefoot, or are they an own species? I kind of figured maybe they're like copies, because like copies are like known for being like thieves a lot in like games and movies and such. If you play Dino Crisis 2, you know what I mean.
Hey! That's mine!
Well, I actually did some research and found they're called Musclesauruses. Something like that anyway, sorry for if it wrong. A species of tiny dinosaur that shares similarities with long-necked type dinosaurs, even though they're small. Basically, they're like a tiny giraffe, which is utterly adorable. The little ones show off their home like an underwater lake, while Sarah and Lizzie, the daughter, go along well, talking about dads being moody and grumpy, but because they care, apparently. Not always, let's be real here. Then Sarah and her sings about dads, but did we already get a song about dads in the last movie? But this time it's about dads can drive a girl crazy. It's an okay song, honestly, sung pretty well by Sarah, I will say. Next day, everyone's all tired, so we get a few shots of that, and Tria talks to Sarah, and Sarah finally agrees to try to be friends. Next night, Topsy sees them out in the night, though Sarah argues, what is he doing out in the night? Smart. But because they were caught out in the night, they didn't bring any food down to the little ones, so Lizzie tries to go up on her own, though Skinner sees and follows. At least I think it's him because they do that whole nighttime thing where they change colours, so instead of green, he's blue. Tria comes and chats to Topsy, wanting to go take a walk, but then he sees the two dinosaurs and goes after them, all while Tria thinks they're cute. He tries to grab them, but they manage to dive down into a hole before he does so. So then he gathers everyone, saying he found the vicious vermin. He knows where they are, they can rid the Great Valley of the Scourge forever. Talking like a real dictator there, dude. But Tria actually speaks up, saying no, they're not like that. Sure, they're small, but they're cute and fighting, and you should leave them alone. And Sarah smiles, like yeah, they agree. But then, oh man, Topsy is dead after this. Topsy says that if you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't talk at all. Damn, the look on their face says it all. Yep, I knew that was coming. But everyone agrees to go after the little ones, besides the grandparents and her. So Topsy and another dino go to push a rock to cover up the hole, when Littlefoot tries to plead with them, which doesn't work until Littlefoot finally mentions that it was his fault the tree sweets were eaten up by the little ones. Like sure, they ate them, but it was his fault in the first place, and so they are not pleased to hear this. It even says that he blamed on the little ones for being like, for seeing how mad everyone was, which like the little ones over here. And so Big Daddy is just like, do you still trust the big ones? Which yeah, fair enough. Littlefoot did screw up quite badly. So Grandpa says they should just go home and leave the little ones in peace. So with that done, we see how upset Tree is, and then we see Littlefoot's friends are mad at him for what he had done and walked away from him. Now, I do wish here the grandparents would talk to Littlefoot instead of just being like, well, time for bed. They should talk to him to teach the viewers what he did is wrong. Blaming something he did on others is not okay, but that doesn't happen, not until later anyway, but it should be done here. The walkdown is being pushed off a cliff to cover up the hole, then collapses down onto the hole in the end, completely covering it up. But they just sort of like tear up and walk away, unable to really do anything. During the night as I sleep, Littlefoot wanders off and starts singing about pretty much the situation he is in. And here finally Grandpa, though not talks but sings about what he did was wrong, about lies that will become big, like a lie can escalate like it did, becoming big when you become small. Eventually also saying that it's okay because you will learn from these things to the point that you won't have to say, if only. If only I didn't mess up. If only I didn't lie. It's a meh song just singing about the situation, but the message there is good for the kiddie, so eh. And I do like Grandpa singing with Littlefoot. And then we get these eyes. In the morning, the others are still mad at Littlefoot, but not really sure why. But it simply comes down to they didn't get to have any of the tree sweets. Like, damn, is it a drug or something? Then Littlefoot made friends with the little ones, but then made the grown-ups mad at the little dinosaurs, and so they're upset with him. Now it's just all a bit of a mess. Sarah talks to Tria. Sarah realizes something, that Topsy got so mad at the little dinosaurs because he did offer her the first tree sweet, but they were eaten up by the little ones, so he wasn't able to give it to her. to someone he loved, so he wanted revenge. He's still going about it the wrong way though, but that is what it comes down to, and I do like that. It doesn't explain why everyone else was getting so angry though. The little ones make it out of the cave to the mysterious beyond and get attacked by raptors who chase them into the cave, but they manage to hide away in time. But the raptors then make their way further in towards the Great Valley, though it's caved in, so it should be fine. Why? Big Daddy is happy about that and wants to go the other way, but Lizzie is right for her friends. But then we see the raptors just kind of walk out of the cave. Like, I am so confused. The whole that was there is covered up by a landslide practically. And it's just like this big hole there that the raptors just walk out of. That's pretty dumb. So then the others, we see are like crying that they made Littlefoot sad. But then they get attacked by the raptors, Tree and Littlefoot coming to the rescue. And then one of the raptors makes a weird face and starts giggling. In short, Lizzie is skidding on top of him, scratching at his back, which just like tickles him, making him giggle. I'm unsure if they're like scratching at him or if they're like actually trying to tickle him. It's kind of confusing like that. And even Big Daddy appears to help with the other little guys and all charge at the raptors. And of course I managed to at least fight back without dying. Then end up getting scared and Topsy comes in to save them. Then all the adults appear to get rid of the raptors. So they run back into the cave, which is then further blocked up by the adults. So the little ones have no choice in the end but to stay in the valley, so that's what they do. And we see the tree seed flowers bloom once again. This time Littlefoot goes up to go for it and he grabs it and passes it to Sarah, who passes it to Tria, who passes it on to the little ones. And he is so happy that he was able to reach it because he is bigger now. Apparently, anyway, this is what I'm confused at. Like, did like a year pass? Because then they do look exactly the same, you know, they don't look any bigger, but it's kind of confusing as to how much time passes to when, like, the tree streets bloom. But Grandpa says Littlefoot grew bigger the day he stood up in front of everyone and admitted he was wrong. A solid message there, I will say, at the end there. And then the movie ends. It's not a great movie, it's very bland, not much happens. The story is more about Topsy and his new lover, and yeah, I get what they're doing, but it's a very old story though. Like, it's been done so many times before, and the speciesism towards the little dinosaurs, it's just so random. Like, I get they kind of explained why Topsy was so mad at them, because they ate the flowers he would have, like, given to his girl. So they ruined that, but everyone else, it's just so weird though. I don't understand the speciesism in this movie. Though the message that Littlefoot became big the day he opened up to his mistake is good, but it's still, like, done to death. But not the worst thing. And then, like, the animation is all over the place. Well, generally, like, I like the animation. Like, it is looking good. It was just very stretchy in this movie now and then. It's just a bit odd at times. It's not the worst movie, but damn is it pointless. So this is a 4 out of 10 foxes. It is below average for its just boring songs, boring stories, but it's not a bad movie. It did make me chuckle here and there. But I still wouldn't call it an average movie. Like, this is not worth watching after the 10th one just to see more of the characters. Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to this review of Land Before Time 12, The Great Day of the Flyers. This movie came out in 2006, and once again, new voice for Littlefoot, which this one sounds pretty good. He does an excellent job here, I will say, compared to the last one. Sorry kid. This is also the first movie to be in widescreen, which does make a difference for sure, I just thought I would say that. So this one was very boring. So let's just get into it. Narration was nothing interesting, but at the same time there's something I have never mentioned for some reason. The person who does most of the narration is the voice for Topsy, Sarah's dad. If you didn't see in my last review, yes, that's his name. You go to the wiki and his name that comes up is Daddy Tops. Love it. But yeah, he does sound bored and kind of done at this point, which could be from age, as he did get very old at this point, or saying the same narration. The one thing he does say at the end though is that things are always changing, so that's a key thing of this movie. Also at this point, a lot of the original music isn't there. They don't use like the theme music that was present in the first film and used a lot of the sequels. It wasn't even in the previous movie either, and so that's actually really upsetting because I really love that music. It really makes you feel, you know, and it's just not there, so that kind of sucks. So we see Sarah hit by an egg watching it, and then we see Tria is still here. In short, she and Topsy got busy. Also here, Topsy, his voice, like, is the same actor, but as I said, he is old at this point or so, because he just doesn't really sound very into it. As I said with the narration, even as Topsy, it doesn't sound very Topsy-like here and there. Like, it comes and goes, and it's a bit off-putting.
Hey, Tria. What are you doing? You planning to stare at it till it hatches?
Hey, I can if I want to.
I know. I know.
His character is calmer, which is interesting to see that he grew as a character. Anyway, they ignore Sarah, it seems. She goes off and meets with Littlefoot, Ducky, and Spike, who are waiting for something to show up. Petrie nowhere around at this point. But then they spot him and others flying around in formation, but then Petrie sees his friends and loses focus, making everyone come crashing down.
Are they doing that on purpose?
Petrie's mother flies over, so he was with his siblings. She says, "Oh, Petrie, not again," and he looks down sad. So in other words, he messes up a lot. So this is probably what the story will be about then. Later, Littlefoot talks to Grandpa about the Day of the Flyers, why it is so important. He mentions that everyone has this tradition, and it's basically a kind of ceremony for the little flyers to show their skills to the elders, and that they're ready to take their place up in the skies. AKA, ready to show they're not a kid anymore. We then see Tria is annoyed at Topsy sleeping close to the egg, like she's being very overly protective of the egg. And for like a good minute, she keeps getting him to move further and further away, which yeah, they did drag this on for a bit too long, is my point here. Until he finally falls off the side of a small cliff face, and she's like, "Ah, much better." Well, okay, remind me never to get with someone that's okay with me falling off the bed for their happiness. Also, same time, Sarah is still being like completely ignored, like she just says goodnight to them, and they say nothing. Also, where are the rest of her family? Does she have siblings younger than her? I like how they disappeared for this plot. We see them walking through CGI grass next. I bring this up in the sense of, like, why? They're really cutting corners here. Yes, it then shows that, like, the wind that Petrie has trouble with at some point, but it's still like, why CGI the grass? Petrie tries to fly in the wind, but has trouble and crashes down in the grass. He screams and we see him walking out of the tall grass, pointing towards it in fear. The others asking if it's a sharp tooth, which he shakes his head to, and Grandpa and some of the adults come along wondering who screamed. Also, Grandpa's face here looks very off-putting. Turns out to be a tiny feathered dino, not like anything we have seen before, which like, can I just talk about that for a second? Like, once that whole feathered dinosaur thing became a huge deal, like, oh, dinosaurs had feathers. It went to all of them to, oh no, actually only some had feathers too. Actually, okay, maybe just a small group of them did. Like, it became this huge thing that so many of them had feathers. But no, they're still big lizards. Pretty much most of the carnivores had them, but none of the herbivores. So they're not just big birds, a lot of them are still just very much lizards. Anyway, he seems really nervous, and is voiced by Rob Paulson, doing his peaky impression pretty much, just without the naff. I tried.
Okay, I guess you're all wondering why I asked you here, huh? You're all wondering.
Topsy comes along, arguing to him like good old Topsy, sounding a bit more like himself, and then walks off, gets told not to go that way, even though pretty sure he came from that way, and falls into some mud. The little dude ends up jumping in with him like an apology. Then Grandpa, who was there, says if only Grandma was around to see this. I only mention it because his mouth doesn't move at all.
I just wish Grandma had been here to see it.
It's also kind of like why didn't you just add her to the scene? She's not dead. She is in other scenes in this movie, so I don't know. He seems to not remember or know anything. He knows his name is Guido, that's really about it. And he's the only one of his species he has ever seen. Then Petrie starts flying around and singing about wishing he was the only flyer, so that no one would give her trouble. Sarah liked when she was one of a kind, but now there's two. Now, few problems here. You're not one of a kind compared to Guido, who at this point thinks he is legit the only one of his kind, while you, Sarah, are part of a very common species at this time, not to mention. Don't you have siblings? There are Dinah and Dana who are one of your siblings' kids, so you're an auntie to them. Then there are originally 3 other kids in the original movie and second, so I guess, yep, they're now officially written out of the movies. So yeah, in short, this song, while I get what Sarah is trying to say, doesn't make any sense with the lyrics used. But at least they say, hey, you are one of a kind though. I like that, and yeah, Guido then talks up like, hey, you guys have no idea how good you got it. Like, yeah, you all have families, well, people who look like you, while he has nothing. So then they try to figure out what Greedo is exactly, seeing he looks a little bit like Petrie, but still are not sure. So now here are some problems. They go see Littlefoot's grandparents, seeing if he has a long neck, like legit asking, so do you think you're a long neck? Then, after he tries eating up high like a long neck does, they then see a Clubtail, then Topsy, and then Ducky to see if he's a swimmer. So seeing Topsy and Clubtail is odd, like they're kids but they're not idiots. Sometimes. Later, Greedo tries to make Petrie feel better, and Petrie says, hey, maybe you could fit in with us flyers. AKA, hey, if you come live with my family, the two of us could not fit in together. Nice strategy there, I get it. Nothing better than having people not fit in together. Furries, yay! Tria's egg is about to hatch, so they all gather around and a pink little girl comes out. And at first Sarah's intrigued and goes up to say hi, then the little one falls over and the parents laugh and play with her. Kinda ignoring Sarah, I guess. It's a bit odd. She kinda like feels like she's being ignored then. I guess, I don't know. It's one of those kind of moments. So she just wanders off, mad and upset. The little one's name is Trisha, by the way. This is pretty much the same story as the previous movie in a way, with her getting like annoyed at them, ignoring her, making her mad because of change. It's very much the same thing, just slightly different. So Petrie shows Greedo to his mom and siblings. Like, also, like, his siblings teach Petrie, give him shit, like, throughout, like, the last 20 minutes, and his mom is right there, not doing anything about it. Like, clearly Petrie is upset, she just laughs it off, like kids playing, or just, like, does nothing. This is horrible parenting. So now the kids once again tease Petrie, and this was kinda amazing. Greedo comes in and say, hey, of course he was having trouble. Your backends look like your faces, so he was having trouble figuring it out. AKA, you look like asses. That's a pretty amazing comeback, Greedo. Good job there, little buddy. But the kids laugh it off like the little shits they are. But then even the mum laughs and it's like, haha, okay children, time for bed. Girl, this random dino just called your kids butts and you laugh it off. Next you see Trio with a newborn, but like, okay, so Sarah comes by and then is about to like walk off, but Trio calls out to her and she gets visibly mad. But like, them talking to you, isn't that all you wanted in this movie? So Trio asks Sarah to look after Trisha for a little while. At first it's all cute, but then Trisha wanders off in the grass. Sarah brings her back and gets poked in the eye by her and trips over. Trio's like, oh my god, what happened? Sarah explains that the only thing Trio and her dad cares about is that she ran for the first time. Not about Sarah getting hurt. So now something that comes to mind. This shouldn't be about them apparently growing up, like the film says this is a tween film. Seriously, that's what Universal says. But this movie should be about how ignorant parents are to their kids' emotions. Petrie's having trouble, so what do? You let his siblings pick on him and laugh about it. What kind of message is that? Bullying is bullying, whether it comes from random friends or family. And then Sarah's been completely ignored, and Topsy even says to Trisha that she's the best halfling that there ever was. Sarah, gasping in shock, and fair enough. Sarah wants into the others and then mentions why do things have to change, and then sings about what's been happening. That she knows her dad loves her, but at the moment is so focused on the other kid that they're just ignoring her, and it's a song all about change as well. It's a slow song that's meh. The problem here is talking about change, and well, it could change into something good. That's fair and all, and it's fair Topsy has something else to focus on. But the amount of not giving two shits about Sarah that's happening in this movie is not right. But they're now making it out that it's okay because it's changed. They just have to grow up and move on to something. I'm sorry, I still think it should be about parents ignoring their kids. Greedo keeps on helping out Petrie while Sarah is being friends with her sister. Petrie has been doing well with his flying test, where Greedo seems a little upset now that he's not like really fitting in, and seems left out not being able to fly with Petrie for once, so he's just kind of there. But the siblings all do like him, and in one scene they're all like walking away while he is upset, but then they come back and take him with them, and that's kinda cute. During the night, Greedo sleepwalks, which he accidentally wakes up Petrie, and so he wakes up and follows him. They walk past Littlefoot, so he wakes up, then past Ducky and Spike. Ducky decides to go off and wake up Sarah, just in case they go on an adventure, because if they do, Sarah will get mad. I like that. We're just so used to this shit. We're just like, yeah, all of us need to be here. They help him over water, then help him not to fall into a pit of lava, which, like, when the hell has Great Valley just had a pit of lava? That doesn't sound so great to me. They do a long sequence of him heading towards a canyon, and so they push down a log, which they then get stuck in its branches. And it's like this real tense scene. We even get like a random slow-mo, which is a first. All this just for Greedo to turn back around and fall off a canyon, but dun dun dun, he is a flyer after all. the feathers kind of gave it away. And so he ends up sleep flying to safety, kinda. He is alive at least, but ends up flying towards a mysterious beyond, and so the others chase him down. Though tomorrow is the day of the Flyers, Petrie's big event, but he wants to go save his friend. And so, yeah, that's what he does. That's what matters. Greedo then crashes down in the beyond and finally wakes up, not knowing what happened, and just thinks it's a prank from the others. Though, of course, he ended up landing on a sharp tooth. A new one in the series, a Spinosaurus, so at least it's just not like another T-Rex or a Raptor. Petrie flies down and manages to grab him in time and they fly away together. Then the others end up tumbling down and, well, distract him in a way. Either way, they get him stuck in some rocks and survive to live through another movie. All in all, was just a huge waste of time. At least it was like a whole new dinosaur, but it was just a waste of time with how quick it went by and nothing happened. It's a Land Before Time movie. They need to add that little sharp tooth in it, just like right at the end there, don't they? Anyway, as they're walking back, they do say to Greedo that he can fly, but he doesn't believe them. At least one of the messes here is Petrie is unsure if he'll make it in time for the day of the Flyers. His siblings all awake at this time and wondering where he is. And so yeah, he was unsure if he should even try, but then they explained he is a great flyer though, and that he flies like nobody else. But then Petrie is like, but that's the problem. The whole point is to show that I could fly like everyone else, which Greedo says, well, maybe that's not the problem. Maybe that's the solution. If there's something I had to learn, it's not to worry about being like everyone else, and you should just be yourself. Just be Petrie and you'll be fine. I do like this. That's a good message because I totally agree. Screw being like everyone else. Just be you. Just be who you want to be. As I like to say. Trisha, we see, wakes up and waddles off as she sees Flyers coming in. Now, I guess, like, otherwise she's going to judge what's about to happen. So all the Flyers of the Valley start flying in formation, though Petrie at first is saying, fly in formation, he has said, like, no, I do it Petrie way, and just starts doing whatever the hell he wants. But then, like, all his other siblings start doing the same now and then, while still being in formation, for the most part. Basically, they are starting to join in. And they sing a song called Flip Flap, which Mo randomly appears for a second. Okay. Hi, Mo. And it's just about flying your own way and doing things your own way. Honestly, it's not a bad song. It's definitely the one they put most effort in. And it's like, as it's like the last part of the movie, pretty much. But of course, I need to add in that last thing in the end. Trisha wandered around for a while, aka the pet's not paying attention to the kids, as I mentioned, and ends up falling into a river. They all hear her screams to try to find her, including Trio and Topsy. Greedo sees and wishes she could help, and then he tries to attempt to fly, and he manages to, or at least glide, I guess. He comes down and grabs Trisha, but because, well, he's grabbing with his legs, she falls in too. He still hasn't learned that yet. Petrie manages to grab them in time before going over a waterfall. His siblings coming down and helping as well. But then she slips and falls down, but Sarah manages to catch her on her face. Lucky she didn't stab her with a nose horn, or else this would be a very different ending. Well, Trio's like, yay, our little one is safe. Topsy comes over to Sarah and says, yes, all thanks to our other little one. And nuzzles her and is like, yeah, it's about time, dude. He even says thank you to Greedo and that he is truly one of a kind, being all nice about it. So it turns out Petrie others didn't finish their routine, basically, even though, like, they went to save someone. Like, I feel like that's pretty damn important and basic to do. That's a bit dumb, but at least the mom is like, I'm so proud of you. You know what's truly important. Yeah, saving a life of a child is pretty damn important. That's kind of messed up of you guys to not do that, just so you could continue a competition. Then she says that the day of Flyers will never be the same, and see all the little ones flying around in the sky randomly. And then Trisha says Sarah's name as her first word. And then the movie ends. And it was just as boring as this review. Probably because I just don't have a lot to work with. There's just no point in this movie. The new character Greedo, which I like, barely did anything in the movie. Like, I was expecting them to, like, find his family or find other dinosaurs like him, but that never happened. The only thing he did was to say to Petrie, hey, just be you. Which the others said to, like, the same thing anyway. There just wasn't any point. I do like Topsy has grown as a character in this one, though his voice just didn't really seem very into it. Is it a bad movie? No, it's just boring and pointless. This movie is a 3 out of 10 foxes. So guys, there's 2 more movies left. I'm almost done with this series. This has taken a very long time to get through, and I do apologize for that. I know I do want to try and do this much quicker. I really just want to end this series already, but Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of A Land Before Time 13, The Wisdom of Friends. This movie came out in 2007 and it has a new voice for Littlefoot. Well, two. Because two brothers did the voice. They're not twins or something like that, which they sometimes do in movies. No, they're just brothers. Whatever. Either way, the new voices aren't too bad, but do sound very young. Like he sounds like Littlefoot, but just a bit too young. We also have Cooper Gooding Jr. doing a voice for a new character, but I'll get there. The narration's same as usual, but it's over and done with so quickly it's not a bother, more like, why even? But it does mention dinosaurs of the Great Valley had to learn some wisdoms to survive, as you see Littlefoot be the biggest idiot, and see some leaves? I don't know if there was something specific there, or just more food, but like, just yell to Grandma or Grandpa to grab some from higher up. They always say they're like the best ones. But he decides to go across a fallen log over a cliff to go get the food. That's what I mean by idiot. I love how they keep making Littlefoot dumber and dumber just to fit the narrative. As well, he is like, hey Grandma, look at me. Like, wow, look at what I'm doing. It's so cool. What the hell, Littlefoot?
Hey, Grandma! Look at me!
You're not this dumb. Again, making him dumber and dumber. But he is like, but there's plenty of tree stars over here, which I can get myself. Okay, now I get it. But still, like, kid, you're not that dumb. You know what's dangerous and what not to do, especially around your grandparents. And I like Grandma's reaction. It's just like, kid, what the hell? Which then she almost freaking dies. An earthquake happens, making Grandma come over and rescue Littlefoot and almost dies in the process. Damn it, kid. So then during the night, Littlefoot has nightmares about her falling to her death. He ends up waking up from his nightmare, and Grandma reassures him that she's okay, and then talks about the wisdoms. Not just wisdoms, the wisdoms. That being stuff like staying by a person's side to stay safe in case of danger. But then like that they don't always call them wisdoms. Ah, that's why I haven't heard them use this word before in such a way. Next, the others are playing private with, and Littlefoot comes along. Why they're playing without him, I don't know. That seems to happen quite a lot, I notice. Usually it's Littlefoot wandering into them playing. So you see Sarah forward to him with, and he freaks out and tries to rescue her, but she just stands up and he's confused, and it's just like, wait, it is just a game? Apparently they're playing jump and get swept away. Sounds like a great game for the kiddies. Littlefoot said, like, I think pretending to be in trouble is against the wisdoms. Oh, Littlefoot. Also talking about the wisdoms like that is just weird. But so Ducky asks, what are wisdom? And he says they help you to stay safe, like stay in a group, for example. Which we will hear a hell of a lot in this movie. And Patriot's like, oh, you mean the say-sos. Mom tells me those things because she says so. And then we get a song about parents saying, because I say so. Littlefoot in the song says wisdoms are important, while Sarah says they're not fun. I see. That kind of movie message, huh? So yeah, they kind of mock him and wonder if wisdoms are that important, as simply, hey kids, listen to your parents, they know what's best. Not always. So, like, I get the message, I truly do, but it's kind of simplified to listen to your parents, they know best, while you know nothing. Anyway, song sucks. So like right after, kind of during the song, Sarah flies off into the tall grass. We get kind of annoying laughter from the others. And then she comes out of the grass scared and saying there's something in there. Did you guys just really introduce a new character the exact, and I mean pretty much the exact same way you introduced Guido in the previous movie? Yeah, they did. We see 3 new dinosaurs, yellow bio dinosaurs they're called, and named Doofer, Luther, and Phoebe, which Luther is voiced by Cooper Gooding Jr., which you would think might be okay. He is a good actor, I like him and things. But dear God no, these characters are the worst of the series so far.
The place where we're headed for has berries too, and it's a valley just like this one. I wish I could remember what it's called. It's got a real catchy name.
Is it Doofa? Oh, no, that's my name.
They're so damn annoying, loud, and stupid. They're just really dumb and eccentric characters. Doofa even almost dies eating flowers.
Uh-oh, hang on! I got you! I got you!
Well then, like, Phoebe doesn't talk like Spike, but Luther though, ooh, Cooper, dude, you talk way too much, and a loud voice most of the movie. Doofo, well, just runs up to, like, a scared Sarah and hugs her because she thinks she's cute, which is, like, her whole thing. She's basically a hippie, but louder. They're heading to Berry Valley, where the rest of the herd is heading, apparently, but they have no idea on pretty much everything and just laugh it off when they have no clue where they're going. They're that kind of dumb. So they leave and Littlefoot has a bad dream of them being real idiots on a log over a cliff and they freaking out and jump to their death. I don't think it's supposed to be that, but they did just that. So of course he wakes up the others to try to find them, but also says, I'm sure if they knew some of the wisdoms, they would be able to stay safe. Boy, they're really hammering in that message, aren't they? They really want to get messages of, hey, listen to your parents. We are wise and have wisdoms for you. Don't walk on a log over a cliff and jump to your death. That is not following the wisdoms. Littlefoot's got to go teach them the wisdoms then. I like they came from the mysterious beyond, but act like they didn't, and that the mysterious beyond is just like in this one area, not all around the valley. Somehow they managed to catch up just before they left the Great Valley, of course, even though they had a whole day worth of walking. My note here, I got written down, just says Luther is just loud. Well, then, yeah, Doofo thinks everything is beautiful. So yeah, they meet up. Littlefoot talks about wisdoms, then they almost die at one point. Luther falls off a walk they're on, and they think like he fell to his death. But it's okay, because he's on the other side. I'm confused by that. Like, you knew he was there, why? I don't know. It's a confusing scene. It really is. But now he remembers where the meat is heard by a pile of walks that look like them. How many dinosaur-shaped walk formations are in this world? But yeah, they see in the distance and head off, so before they leave, Littlefoot decides to give them some wisdoms. Keep your eyes and ears open, which they're confused by because they're dumb after all. Sarah wants to go home, so they agree. Littlefoot reluctantly does so, but says to the three to stay in a group. Again, really hammering that in. So I've heard that like 5 times now, and only 20 minutes into this movie. You guys are only getting the short version of this movie in the end. But then they see the three splitting up, going into different directions, and decide to help them out after all. Also just notice the sky is green here. I feel like we're on planet Namek or something. Like, if we see blue trees, then they're dead for sure. I understand artistic interpretation and such are giving it that kind of look, but it doesn't work when it's never looked like that before. The Mysterious Beyond doesn't look like that. Just, yeah, let's add some green to make it look evil and like Scar. That always works. It doesn't here. I do like as they're traveling, we see Furry bring out some berries from nowhere and starts eating and gives some to Spike. I figured those two would get along. Okay, at least here, Littlefoot explains wisdom as Luther asks and says that they're just thoughts to help you through life and to keep you safe. Okay, that's a good explanation and simple to know. Luther understands now and says a couple to Littlefoot he doesn't quite understand, which later you do understand a bit, as it's basically wisdom from his herd and such. Anyway, though, he thinks it doesn't really matter because he thinks they're completely alone and screams it out and we see a few sharp teeth like dinos hear him. I have no idea what these dinos are, and I can't find any info as to what they are. They're slightly different, so I guess that's cool, it's not more T-Rexes. We get the next wisdom as Furry explained they're thirsty, but didn't bother drinking at the watering hole they passed not long ago. So the next wisdom is, plan ahead. Fair enough. So, okay, let me just say this. The wisdoms being told are good and everything. It's just smacking you in the face with them though, making sure the audience knows exactly what it's trying to say. It's not subtle about these messages, it's just bam, here it is. So like the movies always have messages in them, at least in all the sequels, and that's fine. But man, this is nothing but messages straight told to you. It's like the audience is the dumb characters. The others go to find water for the three as they seem too thirsty to move. Then as they left, Doofo and Luther think they see a mirage and show it to Fubi, who then screams as he sees it's a shark teeth. Yeah, he may not talk, but he's definitely the smartest of the group. So eventually he manages to get them to move, they run down the same way the others went. Now something I want to point out here as well is, a running thing they keep doing is trying to bury their heads into the ground when they're scared. But here's the problem. They didn't originally do that in a way they showed what they were doing. So I don't think little kids watching it will understand why they keep smashing their faces into the ground. I myself understand it's to hide, but kids don't understand that. So how do they get out of it? Well, jumping their fat bellied bodies up and down to make the cliff surrounding them break away and drop all the rocks down upon them. Littlefoot and the others also helped by knocking a few rocks down towards them. I like how they were smart enough to figure that out though. But also, one scene, they're suddenly, buried under huge piles of rock, it's just, up in it and everything, it was a bit weird. Considering I got all the rocks dropping down upon them, so they would be, flat against the ground, but all of a sudden they're just, up in it, it's just a bit weird. And then later, Littlefoot pushes one walk on top of the leader of a group, and I should mention that has like an old scar that goes right around his muzzle, like he was bitten by a T-Rex or something. He keeps getting a walk smacking on top of him. Surely he has massive brain damage by now. And then Littlefoot pushes one more walk on him, but when we see the dino, it's hundreds of walks falling on him. Sure, makes sense. 1 equals 100 in the next shot. Sure. So they make it to the walk formation and find water, but also some strange plants in the ground. Doofus greets them and Sarah is just like, what? But then as Peachy lands on one, surprise, surprise, that's the herd with their butt sticking out. Basically, that's them hiding because their tush looks like a bush, as Luther explains. That's one of his whistles from his herd, and yeah, even Littlefoot is like, oh, that's why you keep smacking your heads into the ground. Okay, so they do explain it now, but should have been explained earlier, I think. Like, they didn't have to do the whole bush thing, just why they're smacking their heads into the ground. So Littlefoot decides they should wait the night before going back home, and we see Grandma going up to Tria asking where the kids are. Yeah, like, we are getting a lot of Grandma and Tria as well in this movie. In fact, Grandpa has no speaking lines at all in this movie. Yeah, that's a first. So during the night, they play around and then sing a song, and this is weird. It's all about just dancing. Just get up and dance. But like, Peachy and Ducky are like, no, we don't want to join in, we don't dance. There's 11 other movies of you dancing and singing, not including the original. Okay, sure, you don't really dance exactly, but, like, to outright say, no, no, we don't do that, it's just so stupid. Singing is fine, but dancing? Nah, that's gay. And some of the dialogue here is a bit weird or just off, like there's a random pause.
Littlefoot, thanks. Thank you for helping us find our friends.
Sure.
Also, 1 minute they want Sarah to dance, then one is like, oh, that was quite the horn you got there. It gets everyone to come over to see her, it's just a bit weird. So, the song itself was not too bad. I mean, it is, but it's not the worst. They get everyone to squeak, and Ducky's squeak was adorable, I will say that. So while everyone now sleeps, Littlefoot wakes up Sarah to tell her he is going to help them to their location, because there isn't any wise ones around, and they need to understand the wisdom they will keep you safe. Stop hammering this in, movie. What was one of these wisdoms? Stay in a group? Well, now they're in a pretty large group with all their friends and family, but oh no, this still isn't okay. He thinks he is all-knowing and wise because he was told like 2 or 3 wisdoms, aka, don't be an idiot and stay in a group. Sure, now time to go. Like, sure, he mentions they already got attacked. Yeah, when they were with you. Not to mention, they saved themselves. So, I think they're good. My next note says everything is still green in the next shot. Yeah, it is. Like, yeah, they're still keeping it green. Littlefoot is now basically the leader of his herd, but can't get their attention, so Sarah screams, making them drop their heads into the sand, which then Phoebe sticks his head in the sand and just screams to get them to bring their heads back up. It was kind of funny, I do admit, mostly just because of the image of just like sticky head in the ground just screaming to get people's attentions. So anyway, what new wisdom does Littlefoot have to say to them? Stay in a group! Wow, did not expect that one at all. Nope, nope, nope. We also saw briefly before and now, the Sharptooth have woken and are following behind him. So everyone's all moving along in a little group, but some move away because they're dumb. You get it? They're dumb? Yeah, we get it, movie. And the others have to herd in like sheep. We then see the families of the group tracking the footprints in the mysterious beyond. Also, Topsy does speak here, just saying, like, I don't like the looks of it. But hey, he does speak. Also, gotta love movies where the footprints remarkably show exactly where they're going, even if it's been a good couple days. They're still there, looking really fresh. Though we then find out Littlefoot doesn't even know where he's going. So we keep walking along anyway though, and they find some water. Littlefoot questions how he managed to, and Luther is all like, because sometimes you just feel it. Sometimes you just gotta go with the flow and feel. But Littlefoot says, how can you when you don't have the wisdom to follow? Which he says, you're speaking like a long neck again. Yeah, take that, Littlefoot. So the background's turned into just green hills with still the green sky, mind you. And it's just ugly. The film is ugly. Well, then the yellow bellies think they found a berry valley, running into it, but Littlefoot just sees it's just a couple berry bushes, not where the herd is actually headed. And within a very short time, they eat it all, and then sleep right after. Which I can go into a food coma like that. Littlefoot feels all confused, because he's thinking like a yellow belly. It's like, why though? You never had once acting like them, or anything like that. I don't get it. But it's okay, because we get a song, of course, singing how do you know who to listen to? How do you hold on to the walls you know when you see through someone else's? This is really, really dumb, because staying in a group inside is smart, and these guys tend to wander off. So are you now saying screw for wisdom? It's fine to do so, because these guys are out there having fun and surviving? In short, it came down to listen to yourself, listen to what's in your heart. Sure, yeah, I get that, but the message is now confusing because these wisdoms are there for a reason in the end. Yes, they're hammered into this movie, and it gets really annoying. But I understand what these messages are, because yes, I do agree with them. Stay in a group. Yes, that is good. You know, keep your eyes and ears open. Very smart, yes. But now it's kind of just like, oh, I feel like I'm, like, being a bit more of a yellow belly now. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. So a sudden storm happens, waking the yellow bellies and wander around like headless chickens, and the Luthor asks what do they do now? Luthor says they should go to higher ground. Oh yeah, worse yellow bellies, so they're on the mountains where the lightning can strike them. Yeah, that's smart. I get you now. You know, that's a good way to get rid of them. Yeah, smart move. I don't get why. Like, I'm sure, I think I've heard that before, get to higher ground. During these kind of, when storms happen and such, I think, but... he wants to go up a mountain, you know, so I'm just like, yeah, he wants to watch them. And then so Littlefoot does start freaking out. What if up there? Like, what if I'm wrong? What if the sky water comes down and washes us away? Exactly. I don't have the wisdom for this, so Sarah is like, don't worry so much. Just do what they do. Just feel it. The messages in this movie was how it is so much. I have used that word a lot in this review. I'm sorry about that. But that's what it is. But like now they're just like, again, hey kids, you know that stuff we told you to remember? All those wisdoms to keep you safe? Well, chuck them out of the window and just do whatever these dumb dinosaurs do. They come to a stop with 2 ways to go. Littlefoot decides to go one way. They all follow besides one, Doofer. Everyone else follows, but she decides to be dumb and goes the wrong way. Also, amazingly, there's some rock formation acting as cover under the rain. Wow, that was lucky. And then as everyone crowds around, we get a fart joke. And Petrie sums it up perfectly. That's not funny. You went too low, Land for a Time. Fart jokes are the ultimate kids movie gags. You went too low. I love a good fart joke, but no. The rain eventually stops, they come out of hiding, Sarah notices Doofer is missing, but they can hear her, so everyone, and I do mean everyone, goes looking for her. But Doofer is being a big doofus, and is just walking in circles singing on a cliff edge. And it's just too dumb movie, even for them. So she almost dies, but is fine, and randomly Sarah is like, way to feel it, too little for, what? Way to feel not dying? Way to feel when to tell someone to jump when they're about to die if they don't jump? The dialogue is so forcibly bad. But now the Sharp Teeth appear, so they'll kind of split off down the 2 directions. Sarah saves Doofer thanks to a lesson from her dad using a horn, and Petrie says another wisdom that is heard quite often in this movie, and that's to keep your eyes and ears open. Like, yes, for sure. But I don't feel like it's necessary to say it here, because I'm sure that everyone's doing it anyway. How do they get rid of them? By screaming at them at first, which, yeah, I'll back up too. And then Littlefoot remembers something I was said. Stop thinking about tomorrow and dads. A good message there, I need to remember honestly. But yeah, so they're about jumping down constantly until the ground breaks in front of them and sending the dinosaurs down to their deaths. And Littlefoot is like, hey, they're still in a group. Morbid. Nah, I'm sure they're fine. But still. So now it's like, what do they do now? Well, Phoebe ends up sniffing out the Bailey Valley, which was near them all along. And yeah, turns out Phoebe is the wise one of the group. Yeah, I definitely see that. So it does kind of end quite suddenly after that, so they make like their way home, and one to the folks who don't even like seem mad, not even Topsy, who like says Sarah off screen really quietly, and that's about it. I get it, he isn't the Topsy we know, and I do love that character change. You know, he actually had character development, holy crap. But I still mean, like, come on. Oh, and we don't see like her little sister anywhere in this, even though Topsy and Tree are like with them. Whatever, I guess, I don't know what happened there. Whatever. Grandpa, yeah, doesn't speak the entire movie. Not even here, it's all Grandma. And she says, you forgot the most important wisdom. Stay in the Great Valley. And Ducky is like, yeah, we had trouble with that one. Yeah, you sure do. Yeah, wisdoms mean jack. So yes, that is the movie. And this movie wasn't necessarily boring, but it was loud, annoying, and keeps on pushing messages in your face and then backtracks on them in the end, kinda. It ends up being a bit of a mess on the messages that, at first seemed quite clear. I do like Grandma getting much more attention, but you can't just remove Grandpa altogether then. Just change the dynamic of Grandma talking more than Grandpa. Simple as that. It was just a bit odd. When we have seen how closely bonded Littlefoot and Grandpa is, but then to suddenly change up the role, and then just not make Grandpa talk at all, is a bit odd. The new characters were just loud and way too dumb to be enjoyable. They're only good for the kids, that's all they were thinking. Make them loud and the kids will enjoy their antics. The backgrounds were just shit with that yucky green clouds. I totally understand artistic style, but it did not work. I hate to say this to a Land Before Time movie, as I do love the series and the characters, but this movie is a pretty solid 1 out of 10 foxes. This is such an annoying movie. The new characters make this movie almost unbearable to watch, and also constantly hitting you with messes just to backtrack on them, and then kinda not. It's just a mess. This was not enjoyable. Almost done. I am almost done. What's that? There's a TV show before the next movie? Ah, I love how they keep making Littlefoot dumber and dumber. They really want to get the message of, hey, listen to your parents. They are wise and they know wisdoms for you. Don't walk on a log over a cliff and blah 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 blah. I can't fucking see what the rest of the thing says. We get the next wisdom as the So a sudden storm happens, waking the yellow bellies, and they run around like headless chickens. And then Luther asks, well, I guess Yellow Belly, because Yellow Belly is a chicken. Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to my review of the first episode of the Land Before Time TV series. And right away, I have to say, this could work. But there are some things I have to talk about in this first episode, in that it didn't feel like it was the first episode. I know we already know the world of Land Before Time, but what happens in this story doesn't feel like a first episode. So let me explain. It starts with a storm, aka a lot of sky water coming down, and we see all the characters including Trisha, Sarah's sister. Also note, Little Voice is voiced by the same kid, or at least one of them, that voiced him in the previous movie as they were brothers, and does so for the whole show. All the other characters are generally all the same as well. So yeah, we see Littlefoot, Sarah, Petrie, Ducky, Spike, and Chomper and Ruby. Wait, Chomper? Yay, Chomper! But, why are you here? Okay, I guess he's just kinda nearby then, and why is Ruby with him? Who is Ruby? For a matter of fact, why is Ruby? My comedy is just so good, guys. So she is an oviraptor, aka egg stealer, which is funny because, in the second movie, they had egg stealers in it with completely different designs. I guess this new design is much more accurate, but you try and look it up and you'll just see, them just say, oh, Ruby is the only oviraptor. Gotta type in specific search to see Ozzy and Strut were oviraptors, too. Also, just funny because you do see her out in the open happily, and it's like, oh, you trust egg stealers now? Aren't they normally considered bad? Whatever. Anyway, Chopper is upset by the rain, and she's like, yep, that's what water does. It just keeps on coming down until it doesn't. Yeah, good explanation there, I guess. So we get a pretty quick and sudden explanation that they're in a secret cavern to stay safe from Wedclaw, and that she promised to Chopper's parents that she would keep them safe from Wedclaw. Saying it twice, but yeah, okay. Where is his parents though? It is not explained at all in this episode. What's going on here? Did I skip an episode? Because that's what it feels like watching it. I felt like that all the way through it. And then Chomper is like, yeah, tonight the caves are keeping us dry too. And then water drops on his head. And sees that the stone teeth, as they call them, are dripping. And then tries to plug it up, I guess. And then screams, saying he's got to make it stop. By destroying them? Little kid's logic, am I right? Making it much, much worse. And then we get the intro. And watching it, my thoughts are, this makes total sense. I've always thought that the last few movies would have worked well with a TV series, because they're not grand enough to be movies, but in short 20 to 30 minute episodes, it would work much better. So I'm kinda excited to see what they do, honestly. It's also looking real nice too. The animation and all the backgrounds all look really colourful, and it's all looking really nice. So as it opens back up, the others are eating, and Ducky's food gets taken by what they call dome heads. fair, and they want past Ruby. I guess, yeah, she's okay to walk around. So she yells at them two running away. It was like, there's plenty of food everywhere, so maybe they're just being dicks, but I don't see why they stole her food in particular, or why she would care when there's so much food anyway. So anyway, Ruby yells at them, they get scared and drop the food that's been in their mouth, mind you. So Ducky comes up and is like, oh, thanks, Ruby. Oh, okay, I guess I do know her, as they walk back and she was like, hello, my friends. Okay, and then they, yeah, eat the food that was in the others' mouths. And then Chopper comes walking out of the bushes and it's just like, oh, hey Chopper, I guess you could be in the valley too, I guess? Okay, sure. He did come out of the bushes, so he was, I guess, hiding, but Chopper's here, I guess. And so explains that there's something wrong with his cave, and Ducky says there's always something wrong with your cave. And he explains, not always, me and Ruby are really happy your families let us stay in the caves, and Ruby explains, yeah, especially with Redclaw and his fast spider scaring everyone in the mysterious beyond. Okay, so I guess that's some kind of explanation, but this should have been the first episode then. This is cheap writing, just suddenly throwing them in there and giving us exposition with the characters, just saying what happened. Why not just show us in the first episode? Also, didn't Chopper and his family live on an island? Granted, they could have, encountered Redclaw there and drove him back to the mainland and he followed, or that they simply moved back to the mainland, but same time, gotta keep in mind, they're still kids that haven't grown up at all. So this all takes place within a short span of maybe 2 years, and a chunk of that time would be when they first met Chopper to when they met him on the island, which are only, good couple movies, you know? Because then, he is much older and he can clearly talk. Which then is probably why they let him stay there with them, because he ain't dumb as a brick like all the other carnivores. He can actually communicate with them and say, no, I won't eat you. So Chopper takes him back to his cave and shows him it's a bit leaky. And it's like, I thought we could go explore the caves and find a new one to live in. The others are worried and scared of the caves and just don't really want to. Until Chopper says, oh, come on guys, it'll be an adventure. And right away they're smiling and it all goes into a song. And yeah, they're all happy now. Wow, that didn't take much. Anyway, so yeah, song about venturing. It's okay, not much to say. They come to an impasse, unsure of where to go next. Spike goes to eat a vine, which then somehow unlocks a path for them to go that has a lot of light. And Ruby says, going the way we can see will let us see the way we are going. You're an odd one, ain't you, Ruby? So then we come to another plot point of the movie, the message. Ducky said roughly the same thing, they should go for where the most light is. So she goes up to Ruby and says, you said what I said, but bigger, and everyone listen. I mean, in defense here, Spike then distracted everyone by pulling on a vine and opening a new cave. But then she is like, if I could talk big, everyone will listen to me, and that would be good. Ruby responds with, as long as you don't talk too big to scare everyone, which leads her to sing Redclaw and the Fast Eaters, aka Raptors. I do love that they give them an official name now, and they're just not another form of shark teeth. Or sharp tooth. Which, how they introduced them is just such a bully thing to do in one of these shows, really showing just how evil they are. We see a raptor family playing in the water, and it's honestly really cute because they're showing a nice side of them. Yeah, they're not just bad guys, and then they hear the stomping and see it's Redclaw, who does the classic sort of elephant stock noise we hear in plenty of things, and it doesn't just really work here. And then two raptors come up swinging their arms around, and it just comes off like, wah, wah, our territory, wah. Because the arms are just so teeny, and it's just so funny to me. And yeah, apparently, everyone's scared of these guys. Everyone's, afraid of them. And it just comes off as silly. It comes off as a little bit silly. So the others find a cave of many voices, aka it echoes, or as they call it, a talkback. And Ducky makes a war that echoes around and scares Petrie, even though he already knows what's happening thanks to Chopper's demonstration. So, that makes no sense. So yeah, Littlefoot says, wow, that was a great war. But here's the thing. She says,
Hauga! Hauga!
That's not a war. When did a wooga become a war? But she also says, oh, I sound big now. Then talks to Ruby again about it if she could help her talk big in a valley. But she responds with, you only think I talk big because I'm bigger than you. Well yeah, true enough, that's a good little message there. But that's not what the message is, quite really. But that is too bad of a message to say. So we get a couple scenes of the kids making loud noises, which then attracts Redclaw and his gang. Then Chopper mentions he is hungry, and Sarah's like, don't look at me. Fair enough, she's been bit by him before. So yeah, how would the food situation work here? By turning him into Simba, of course, and telling him where he can find some buzzing flying things to eat, aka bugs. Which won't work for long. It's good while he's small, but he will be much bigger than a lion who can stack on some bugs. But oh boy, he will need more. But okay, bugs it is. So Ruby continues to help out Ducky, saying things like, if you think big, you can talk big too. And then we get another song. Didn't expect 2 songs. I know like the Lion Guard had like 1 per episode, besides hour-long specials that had 3. But I wonder if they will have 2 songs, or just the one, like, in the rest of the show. 2 is a bit much, I will say, for a 20-minute show. Anyway, it's a song about being big, and it's not that bad. But Ducky at one point in the song even goes like, big like Source Walk. Oh shit, okay. They mentioned Source Walk outside of like that one movie, and it's just like, yeah, it's fair. Like the song was just like, yeah, hey, remember this place? It's there, don't worry, we remember now. That is cool though, I appreciate that. So after that, we get a little comedic scene with Ducky comes to the others, talking all big, aka just talking like Ruby does, which the others are rightly confused by. Next, Chopper shows off a new cave he found that looks good to live in. And then the sharp teeth have found their way inside, warring away, and the others here go find out what it is, because they're not the brightest. Though maybe Peachy is. They look on his face, says it all. Guys, why are we going this way? Guys, stop. Why are we going to the war? We are going to die. So then they see it's Red Claw and the fast buyers, but as they try to walk away, Ducky, being slightly dumb, talks big, and Sarah's like, don't talk big now, Ducky. Like, yeah, come on, Ducky. And then Sarah slips off her lenser on, along with Littlefoot and Chopper, who try to pull her up. Spike pulls down on some vines again, connected to some rocks, and then fall down onto Red Claw, whose face says that his brain just stopped working for a second there. I love it. So, classic chase scene, and when Ducky says, if only we can make our bodies as big as our voices. And so Littlefoot remembers how the voice scared Petrie. Ah, that's why they did that. So they ended up being chased throughout the cave here and there, ended up trapped. They're hiding from them, but got nowhere to go. Red Claw sniffing them out, and I kinda love his sniffing animation. Just cause, can you imagine if that's how people sniff? Just their whole head shaking? So Ducky realized she can get past him by being small and all, and enter the cave of many voices. She managed to, and does another awooga, and so they're confused, which, yeah, I'd be too if I just randomly heard a awooga just echoing around me. And so the others managed to run past into the cave and actually start warring, which the sharp teeth faces are just great here, because they're totally not scared, just concerned. And so the fast buyers end up running off, and then Littlefoot gets Chopper to talk to Sharptooth, saying there's a big angry herd on his way because he can talk Sharptooth. So he runs away, and they block up the cave. Chopper is happy to stay in his new cave, while everyone fakes Ducky, and then she says, sometimes being little is better than talking big, because I know I'll always be big in here. Yeah, that's what I expected the message to be about. And that is the episode. So, a couple things. As I mentioned before, this does not feel like a first episode. This feels like a middle season episode or something like that. Yes, I know we know the characters, but Ruby at least needed much more introduction and a little bit more understanding of why Chopper's here. Where's his parents? Maybe we'll get that later. I'm sure we will. I'm sure it'll pop up in like a flashback episode. But it just needed to be here in the first episode. Little kids will be wondering, who is that? So that's a problem I do have. And then they even like have Ducky mimic Ruby, but she's a new character, so we don't really understand Ruby as a character yet. So it doesn't really make much sense. So that's a problem that I do have. I do love that Chopper is here. I absolutely love Chopper, and he's here throughout the entire show, but it just needs more explanation. Because like, what they're scared of, Red Claw and his fast eaters, aka 2 large T-Rexes, are scared of 1 T-Rex and 2 little raptors. The entire, like, Mysterious Beyond are scared of these 3. They're scared of them. Like, yeah, the Mysterious Beyond is being, like, bullied by these 3 characters. Sure, it doesn't really work, honestly. I understand you want, like, a big bad from the series, but it doesn't make much sense. I also think 2 songs in a 20-minute episode was a bit much, so I hope that doesn't really continue, or if it does, I hope they're okay songs at least. Ducky being the one that has a message in the end as well was a bit of an odd choice. Also, didn't they always do that message already with Littlefoot being little? But now they just did the same thing but with Ducky? But look, all in all, it was fine. I do think this will work out so much more better as a series, and I did have fun watching it, mostly because of the goofy faces here and there, but I did enjoy it. So, I will have to give this first episode a solid 5 out of 10. It's average, but not below. It was fine, and I'm curious to see what's in store for you for the rest of the series. And yeah, I will do the whole series now, and not individual episodes. Hey guys, Blazie here, and I just got done with the Land Before Time series. And boy, do I have a lot to talk about, because this show was at times great, and at other times, not so great. It had some huge flaws, and I do mean huge. But there are times I was enjoying myself. In short, it's kinda a mess. But a bad mess? Well, let's get into this review. So this series was aired in 2007 and went for one season of 26 episodes. Though going by that ending, they wanted to do more because there is no ending. Now, I have already reviewed the first episode, so go check out that review. Link in description, if I remember. But in short, there's a sharp tooth called Wedclaw and his fast spider minions Screech and Fun, whose names they randomly say in a later episode, and are basically just big bullies out in the mysterious beyond, terrorizing a place and scaring everyone. So Chomper is living in the valley now along with Ruby, who is there to look after Chomper. It was kind of confusing at first, as it seemed like they're there to be safe from Wedclaw, but no, it's more so Chomper is there to learn how the dinosaurs in the Great Valley live amongst each other as friends and such, so that he can go out in the mysterious beyond and teach others. I honestly really like that idea, because yeah, he can talk as both, and we do see him talking in Sharptooth sometimes, and it's also great when that happens. He's just so cute hearing him try to war talk. But, here's the thing, in one of the episodes, an Earthshake happens, splitting up the group. Which, goddamn, I wish I made a counter for this, because Earthshake happens so much in the show to further the story or to make a story. It's kind of weak storytelling using the same thing over and over. But yeah, anyway, so Ducky and Chomper get split up from the group, and they're trapped high up on the walkie formation with nowhere to go. And one of the fast spiders is there with them, but his tail was trapped, so he is unable to get them. So they're stuck there together. So Chomper and him talk here and there, but here's the thing. We get subtitles for both of them, showing that meat eaters are just unintelligent dinosaurs running on basic instincts. Yes, he talks about Ducky like she is food, also saying herbivores and Sharptooth can't be friends, but they're having a conversation. And it really just throws this whole idea that meat eaters are simpletons out of a window then with how Chomper is for one, but with communicating like they are. So why don't we just all communicate with each other? Like other Sharptooth, I mean, and get Wedclaw and his minions out of there. But also scared of him and understand he is a threat, yet you don't do anything because they're not intelligent enough. Yet, shown here, they are. It just raises questions. Though as well, that's the only time it happens. But other episodes had opportunities to do so, like one of the sadder episodes, but also a really interesting one, where they talk about the time of the Great Giving, the third movie, where they learn all about sharing and making sure everyone has food and water, and not to be selfish. I absolutely love that they mention this movie. They now celebrate it every year, which I have mentioned this before, but this makes it really hard to tell exactly how old the kids are, since even Tria acts like she's done it before, meaning she's already been here for a year or so. Anyway, so she being quite mean, it was those damn Sharptooth are so horrible, while Chomper is right there. So he lowers his head, it's all yeah, I guess they can be. And then she is all oh yes, they're horrible creatures. Which of course makes him upset, and it's kind of sad. It's a sad episode like that. So he ends up going to Mysterious Beyond to try to make friends with some of the Sharptooth to show that they can be friends. And he does have a cute interaction with the younger dino. But he talks like a herbivore, not in wars? Why?
Oops, that's okay. You're just learning. Easy there. We bite our food, not our friends.
So there's just no subtitles here. You think that's what they were doing. Instead, the poor dino is just confused. And this episode did come later, so it's a bit confusing. So that is a problem, that they only did it in one episode. But alright, what other problems does this show have? Well, I mentioned that they had 2 songs in the first episode, and did wonder if they'll do that in every episode, and yep, they did. Now, the songs are short at least, but goddamn, they are some of the laziest written songs I've ever heard. Because most of the songs follow the same beat, or just stole beats from the previous movies, like Big Big Water from the Fist movie. Yeah, they used that song multiple times, but just changed the lyrics to suit the situation.
Big, big, long neck Tess. The very big, big, long neck Tess. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Or like Going Adventuring song from the 10th movie. It's used 7 times. 7! I got sick of the music. Like there was one that had a really cool beat and I really liked whenever they used it. But yeah, they used it over and over again and just changed the lyrics and it felt incredibly lazy. At least the Lion Guard with the song and episode they had good songs that I still listen to even today. Though some were lazy, they did try and all sounded different. So that is something I just hated about this series. The songs are lazy with no heart or thought put into them. Some things I hated were they seem to forget things, like Peachy being absolutely scared of Fiery Mountain, aka the volcano, even though they had been there in the movies before. Couple episodes where basically anything is a tree suite. If it's a fruit, basically, it's a tree suite. Isn't like a tree suite a very specific flower? Also, Trisha is here. I was wondering if she would turn up or not, but like she's only in like 2, maybe 3 episodes, which I feel like, yeah, they had no idea what to do with her. Peachy has a few siblings, but in one episode they focused on his family. There was only 3 of them. I mean, they're in a world of dinos, so probably eaten, but I feel like they shortened it to fit the narrative. Which was cute as they were afraid of being eaten by Chopper the entire episode until he rescued his mum at one point. But I do feel like, yeah, they shortened the family just so that they could all fit them in on one screen and fit the narrative and all that. Yeah, I just feel like they changed things to fit into the idea of the episode, or just straight up forgot. There's also a good couple of mistakes, like the colours being wrong on Spike happens a lot, and just stuff like that I'll show you now. There's also some really boring episodes, and that especially goes into the last few episodes, which the series should have been like 20 episodes, not 26. I feel like it dragged itself on with some really weak episodes. Hell, the second episode was bad enough with Tria having a thing for collecting shiny rocks, which she never does again, mind you, and Sarah loses one and they go and find another. That's the episode. There's one that has Mo back in it, which is really cool. I will get into that later. But the whole episode, basically a river gets blocked up, so they follow it and see all these rocks that are blocked away and let the ocean fill up part of the valley, allowing Mo to enter. But then they can't remove the rocks too quickly, or else Mo and his family will be trapped in the valley. So it's all about moving rocks slowly and talking. Chopper falls in at one point, but that's it. That's the episode. It was completely pointless having Mo there. He was not needed. He didn't do anything. He did kind of save Chopper, but then everyone kind of pitched in to save him. So it was really pointless. It was a pointless, horrible episode, I have to say. But this review isn't all negative. Let me talk about the good, and that is returning characters like Mo. There's quite a few of them, and those are generally good episodes besides Mo. Greedo comes back, though he's still scared of flying. Basically, him and Petrie end up getting caught in wind, end up flying all the way to Mysterious Beyond, end up in a cave, meet an old blind flyer who was kind of funny. It was a nice episode. Allie returns in a great episode. She has a new friend, another long neck, who is so up himself, telling stories of beating up Sharp Teeth, which they don't believe, so they trick him by making it look like Chopper is chasing him, and he of course runs away scared, only to get his whole herd of long necks to chase him down, which was quite intense of how much they just wanted to kill Chopper. It was kind of great seeing a whole long neck herd running around like that. At the same time, poor Chopper. knows, one of the most hated characters to me from the big threes. He appears, but he's got a new voice and is actually really likable in the show. I really liked him. He appears quite a lot, telling us children all these stories, or if like they hear about like a new thing, they go and tell him, because he knows everything, so he can tell them, you know, oh, like, yeah, that's this and that, this means this and that, and I really enjoyed him. His character actually had like a really good purpose being there, because he is the wise one, basically. He knows everything. And so, yeah, that's kind of his character. But he was also kind of sassy-ish, and I liked it. Like, him and Topsy seemed to fight quite a lot, and I actually really enjoyed that little duo. Tippy as well, the little Spike Tail shows up. Hit the bully and his two friends from the third movie are in the final episode, which again isn't much of an episode. Like, it's just very much a regular episode, no red claw or anything. So in other words, there's no conclusion to the story. And even in the next movie, he's nowhere in it. So there's no conclusion, which is a massive problem I have. Also, his dad and Shorty show up in another great episode, which I do love seeing Littlefoot's dad. It's just so wholesome. And you know what? There are some wholesome episodes and general good episodes, though there are just some real boring ones too. Hell, even Doc, aka the lone dinosaur, makes an appearance, and that was like the start of, oh no, it's gotta start getting bad from here, isn't it? But that's honestly a great episode too. So you see, I don't quite hate this show. It just has some big flaws. But there's some good stuff too. For one, I still love the characters. Chopper is great. I absolutely love Chopper. He really made the show for me. Like, everyone is just so scared that he'll eat them whenever he comes across someone new. And it was funny how he reacts to these things. Ruby wasn't too bad of a character. I didn't mind her too much. She didn't really do a whole lot. She was just a little bit quirky. And I didn't mind her too much. I feel like she fits in pretty well with them. Something that does happen is kind of just, what? There's an episode where Ducky is like, I wish we could tell what Spike was thinking. And so we get a whole episode seeing through Spike's eyes, basically, like, not, like, directly through his eyes, you know, but we see it from, like, Spike's perspective. Which, apparently, like, he sees all in purple and can't actually understand the others besides their names. Which I guess kind of explains some things, but also makes it really confusing, I guess. I don't know.
Littlefoot.
But we also hear him talking, like it's all in his head. So not talking to the others, but it's him talking. It's so weird. And then weirder still is that he apparently hears the trees singing. Yeah, I think Spike might be crazy.
Tree stars. But the tree star's song has changed. There's something new. Well, the new song's not coming from these tree stars.
And so that's how he's so good at finding food, is because he hears them singing. But then he eats them. So I don't get it. Don't sing around Spike, apparently, or he'll eat you. But probably the best thing about the show was some of the faces they did. Check these out. Some great stuff there for sure. Well, speaking about the animation, there's this weird 3D moment that happens a few times in the second episode, but we don't see it again until like one of the final episodes, and even then it's only done like once. Like, okay, sure, I understand they're doing like a little bit more of the 3D stuff, which I have gotten much better at, and it's not used so frequently. It is here and there, but it's definitely a lot better. But yeah, the characters are in 3D here, but again, it's only in the second episode, besides like one more moment in a later episode. Another thing though is that the show is beautiful. It is very nice to look at with some amazing backgrounds. Mysterious Beyond doesn't look green. all the time. There is an episode or two where it is green, but for the most part, it looks rather beautiful. Which, like, yeah, I guess is one of the problems. That is that it's a bit all over the place as to how it looks. It's a mess on how big the valley is. Lots of times I do go out to Mysterious Beyond, and there's no, like, mention of Wedclaw at all, so how bad is it really out there, you know? The show can be a bit of a mess, but it is a kids show in the end. You're not supposed to think too much of it, but when you do have this villain, you need to show him, and they don't really do that enough, because, yeah, like I said, there's no ending. In the end, though, I didn't mind watching it, let's be real here. It's perfectly fine. Does it capture what Land Before Time is? No. That's long gone, sadly, but the characters are what we know. Like, even Topsy is back to his old self for the most part, which I did miss. It's kind of half and half, and I like it. Which I will also say here, quite sadly, both Topsy, aka John Ingle, who also does the narration for the movies, and Grandpa Longneck, aka Kenneth Mars, passed away, and so this was the last Land Before Time thing they did. And they had been doing it since the second movie, so it is quite sad. I really do like Grandpa Longneck. He was one of my favourite characters, and I did like Topsy towards the end there. You know, he's a little annoying for a while, but I did like him in the series. He was kind of funny, because he's in like those short, because it's like a 20-minute episode, so it's short little bursts of him being moody, and then him like regretting what he's done or whatever, you know. It sort of like comes by really quickly, and it's kind of funny like that. Like, I really did like him in it. So I am sad that they both passed away and aren't in the next movie then. It's sad. But yeah, the characters and everything are what we know in the end. It's more so the same stuff we got for the latest movies, done on a smaller 20-minute scale. It wasn't all that bad, just needed to not have so many songs and have more Wedclaw as this looming threat and be a bit more clear on the narrative of why Chopper is there in the first place. We never did see Chopper's parents as well. We saw a flashback of Ruby's parents and what's going on there, but never to Chopper's, so it's just a bit weird. But in the end, I'm glad I watched it, and we'll give this TV series a 5 out of 10 foxes. It's average in the end, nothing to write about unless you're doing a review, but nothing to hate on either, besides the repeated use of the same songs. But this review isn't all negative. It's average in the end, nothing to write about unless you're doing a review. Hey guys, Blazie here, and welcome to a review for Land Before Time 14, Journey of the Brave, the final Land Before Time movie, at this point anyway, as this one came out in 2016. Yeah, 2016. The previous one came out in 2007, the same time as the TV series, so there wasn't anything in like 9 years. That is quite the gap, and well, there was a bit of a gap since I did the last review for this series as well. I apologise, but well, Christmas, New Year's, and it's summer here, blah blah blah, life gets in the way, but now I can finally get on to finishing this series as I have finally watched the movie. So, was it worth a 9-year wait? Did it approve at all? Was the film worthy enough to bring back? Did they finish off the TV series in this movie? In short, nope. But let's go on with this review and let's talk about the opening. Of course, narration. It wouldn't be Land Before Time without the narration, though it does open up with a cool shot of a Universal logo, and they zoom in on it as it's like the Earth after all, so they just use that and bam, we're in the Great Valley. I thought that was kind of a cool way to use a logo. But anyway, so here it is a bit sad because the narration for these movies was the voice for Topsy, who I said had passed away, along with the voice of Grandpa Longneck. So I was curious as to if they would just recast them or not, as they had been the voices since the second movie, and kinda iconic in the role. Though at the same time, they re-voiced Littlefoot in almost every movie, including this one, which Littlefoot doesn't sound too bad. Like, he does sound alright, like he does sound like a slight bit older, but still very much Littlefoot. Like, I could see him having this voice as he's slowly hitting puberty, basically.
Hey guys! You know what day today is?
Though we see no change to the animation, it looks pretty much exactly like the TV show, which again, aired like 9 years before. Like, a lot of the backgrounds in the movies do look really nice, don't get me wrong about that, it could look really nice, just nothing has really changed. So they recap the 10th movie real quick, explaining Board, aka Littlefoot's dad's role, and that he basically comes to visit every year, which again makes me wonder how old exactly everyone is. As you know, he has visited from the TV show. But whatever. So Littlefoot wakes up all excited as today's board is coming to meet his son. He sees Topsy and we get to hear his new voice. And oh boy, it's bad. Like, the voice actor is trying to sound all tough and gruff, but it's kind of too late for that as he's a changed dino. Maybe. Or he's going back to the way he was before, because Tria and Trisha are not in this movie at all. Like, not even in the background, I don't think. So, maybe they were eaten, who knows. That's just what I assume when a character just doesn't show up again.
Mr. Threehorn, is Sarah around?
She's gone to the swimming hole. What's the hurry?
Today's the day my dad comes back!
So Littlefoot runs off all excited, and then we get the first song, just saying today is the day and all that. We learn that Ducky has even more siblings along the way, and today will be the day they hatch that she is singing. Petrie is just singing, hey, today I will fly, then gets hit around like a pinball machine. Sarah sings that today she'll blow that walk away or split it into two. Maybe ask Tanjiro for help. Maybe not. Well, it said she does move for walk, so okay, big goal there, done. It's an okay song, just to put you into a good mood, basically. Ducky's siblings are born and it sounds so weird, like a choking Yoshi. Then Grandpa and Grandma come over and Littlefoot shows the little ones, and we get some weird dialogue, or just some bad sounding one.
What a special today this is.
Today? I forgot! Today's the day my dad comes back!
What a special today this is. That's an odd way of saying it. Also, Littlefoot, that's legit all you've been saying this entire movie, and you forgot? Here, we hear Grandpa talk for the first time, and he has a new voice as well. And, okay, the voice actor is Barry Boswick, who I really do love. He is so funny in Spin City, though most probably know him by the Rocky Horror Picture Show. But, man is he not suited for this role. He sounds so bored, and I love Grandpa. I don't know why, but I always just love Grandpa, but this new voice just zaps any fun from him. Like, I just want to climb up his long neck and slap him awake. Like, both Topsy and Grandpa's new voices just don't sound like the characters at all. At least Littlefoot does. While normally when they revoice characters, they're pretty spot on. Just not these two. I wish they were just not in the movie. Hell, they did leave Grandpa out of the 13th one, which I understand Grandpa is harder to leave out, but yeah.
Can we go watch for him?
I thought you might want to. I'm sorry, Littlefoot. It's too dangerous now. We must wait for the mountain to stop spitting rocks. Braun wouldn't want us to get hurt.
So we are next introduced to Wild Arms. So Littlefoot's dad herds come in, but without Braun, and we see the screaming feathered dinosaur that no one seems to be reacting to. But he screams and he realizes he is in the Great Valley, so he asks to be pids, sees Topsy, and is like, no, not by you.
Someone pinch me, please. No, not you. No, not you. I'll pinch myself. Ow! Ouch! Why did I do that?
And you are?
Kind of funny until Topsy talks, and it's just that voice just doesn't suit him. I'm sorry, I'm so used to the other ones. And so I asked who he is, and he says his name is Wild Arms, but he never figured out why, until he looks at his arms and realizes, oh, it's because I'm feathered. Oh great, another stupid idiot dinosaur. Haven't seen that before. At least he does have an annoying voice though, but at the same time, it doesn't quite suit the character. Like, his movements and such are wacky, but his voice is a bit too calm.
Well, everybody calls me Wild Arms, though I never really figured out why. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Huh, I mean, what didn't happen? The earth shook and spit liquid fire, and the heat, like you've never seen before. But it's too upsetting to talk about.
Oh well, it's not bad though. So we find out a volcano is going off, and Bourne, being the leader, stays behind to make sure everyone gets out safe, and he ended up trapped for what Wild Owls was saying. So then Littlefoot asks him, hey, you gotta take us there, Grandpa, we gotta go look for him. Please, Wild Arms, take us to him. Fair enough, sure, if you took a couple flyers, you can scout ahead if anything. But yeah, so Wild Arms says no, and everyone just looks at him like, oh my god, that's so mean of you. I'm sorry, but why doesn't, like, any of the other dinosaurs then say something or step forward? Like, I will, if you're gonna be all judgy on this dude. You guys were there too. So Topsy says no, and then even Grandpa does. Like, I get it could be dangerous, but seriously? That's your family out there. There's no way they wouldn't try to help. You just know where this is going. Now Littlefoot will leave, and the others will follow, giving us a very basic plot point for this movie. Go rescue his dad, which I feel like they should be a lot more urgent about it. Also, we get a shot of Littlefoot and Grandparents standing up high afterwards in the next shot, and they see that, like, the volcano in the distance, and, like, it's not really that far, and, like, the mysterious beyond is looking perfectly fine to travel. I guess on the side that's mostly all jungle. Like, I feel like there's plenty of places to hide from the big predators, so why not just go look? Hell, it's not that far, send some of the flyers, I'm sure it'll take no time for them to check. And yes, I get it, we can see the moon, doesn't mean it's that close, but it really doesn't look like a couple days trip, if anything, if you send out with flyers. So of course, Littlefoot wants to go out and save him, no matter what, with or without his friends. Very, very basic Land Before Time plot, very simple as I said. So he leaves, but of course the others follow. But now, here's the thing, we did see Chomper and Ruby earlier, so they're still here. Since this does take place after the TV series, which, I mean, never got an ending, and it does look like they will try and end that. I guess Chomper just lives here now. Sure. So yeah, they're just there, but they don't go with him. In fact, they didn't join in on the first song or have been seen with the others at any point. So that's just really odd. So even though we saw it was mostly all jungle along the way, of course, it's not that simple as they reach a rocky-like area. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Apparently that area is where the feathered head sharp teeth are. They're new sounding, but we do get a better view on how huge the area is, which again, I feel like we would have seen it. Here we also get the next song. Spike wanders off to go eat. Obviously that's the only reason why he goes anywhere. But he ends up eating stickweed. Again, a new thing. And then Ducky starts singing not to eat something stinky and not good for you, which then turns into Littlefoot realizing they can wear it and become all hot and stinky. Sounds like a Musk Lovers song. And so the song turns into we can now be all stinky and hot. Yeah, just a weird song. So then we see the feathered head dinosaurs, and they're basically just T-Rexes with feathers. I love how they keep adding feathered dinosaurs to this series now. Like, oh yeah, all dinosaurs had feathers. So let's add every new dinosaur we have with feathers. Even though science has taken that back and gone, actually not as many as we thought it had for them. So dinosaurs are still big lizards, mostly. Mostly. Like, I'm no denier that dinosaurs had feathers. They did. Just not as many as what science once thought, and then they have, yeah, gone back on it. But yeah, their designs just look funny to me. Their hair coming down along the eyes just makes them look like they're bald on top. Though, my god, the next scene. Like, they stop at some water to drink, though Littlefoot wants to hurry, which, fair enough, who knows how long they have, but the others are being so calm about it. And even Sarah argues with him, which, I mean, okay, isn't like, it's just something she does a lot, but they don't seem to be taking this very seriously, besides Littlefoot. And then Spike starts eating some of the stickweed he has, like Littlefoot gets mad and tries to take it off him and gets tossed in the water. And then Ducky is like, hey, Littlefoot's going for a swim. Sarah says, hey, I want to go for a swim. And they all jump into the water, washing off all the stickweed. Like, you guys are not that dumb. You're not that dumb, surely. Come on, you're trying to rescue his dad. Why are you being so calm about it and playing around? So, of course, they get sniffed out, and we get a chase scene. They hide in a cabin, we get, like, the first CGI moment in this movie that's really, really obvious. And luckily, at the end, there's a convenient place find that they can use to trip them over. This gets one of them, the other Sarah knocks down by hitting, like, a bunch of rocks down, which makes a really funny sound that just doesn't fit at all. Which happens a lot in this movie, I noticed. Maybe it's in the others, but in this one they use a lot of, like, cartoon sound effects. Well, yes, a cartoon movie. Who knew they would use that kind of sound effects? But I do feel like they use them a lot in this movie. You know, to the extent that I notice it. So we finally cut back to Chopper and Ruby, who talk to the grandparents wondering where the others are. Yeah, maybe if they just talked to Ruby and Chopper and brought them along, or even got them to cover for them, like, why didn't they mention them? It's just so odd to me. Also, damn, even Grandma sounds so bored. The voice work of both of them here in this scene is just so horrible. It's just boring. There's no energy in their voices.
Well, hello there, Ruby and Chopper.
What can we do for you?
Is Littlefoot here?
Did you look at Sarah's?
We've looked for him everywhere. And everywhere we've looked, he isn't.
I don't like the sound of this.
So in the next scene, we get like the grandparents talking about what's happening, and so Grandpa and Topsy manage to get Wild Arms to take them. But yeah, let's send out the two that hate each other out on this little mission, which one of them is very old, mind you, to go out adventuring, and not like send out the flyers to go check. And then Ruby and Chopper are like, hey, let's go out too, but let's not tell anyone. So they follow behind. I'm sure if they're sneaking or whatnot because they are exactly behind, but not exactly hiding. Also just that, yeah, let's use a lot of Grandpa and Topsy who have new voices that sound nowhere near like the original characters. So it's really off-putting. I hate it. So right away, yeah, Chopper and Ruby are spotted. So they were hiding? Okay, they were doing a really awful job of it. Which then Wild Arms freaks out, but they explain Chopper only eats bugs. Which, yeah, he really is Simba now. So next we get a familiar scene as they all stand on a ledge checking out a mountain. It breaks because of Sarah and they all fall, like, slide down on it. But here's the thing. Sarah then starts arguing with Littlefoot that it's all his fault. That we are here because of you and all that. But, like, goddamn, again, this isn't about you guys. This is about saving Littlefoot's father. And so Littlefoot argues saying he doesn't need Sarah. He doesn't need any of them. So they get upset and leave, and so he heads off alone. Again, this plot is so basic. How many times have we seen this happen? They start singing a song about who needs friends. Just what exactly is this movie? We have seen this before. Like, especially them arguing and going separate ways. But again, this is a simple story. It's a rescue mission to go save his dad. So Littlefoot has every right to act the way he is, in my honest opinion. Sure, maybe tone down the not eating and gotta keep moving. You gotta have some strength. But everyone else is acting like complete dicks. I'm sorry for my language, but it's true. They're just not caring one bit. The writing is awful in that sense. Why bother bring back a series when it hasn't been around since 2007 and now it's 2016, almost 10 years, and to bring back it for this kind of story? It could have been interesting, but nope. So, a sandstorm, or a sand cloud as they call it, happens, and Littlefoot ends up in a cave with a pterodactyl female named Etta, voiced by Reba McEntry. I don't know how to pronounce that last name, I'm really sorry about that. She is a very well-known country singer, so that's why I'm mentioning it. So you know we are going to get some country in here. The others end up trapped out there, but of course, they're fine. So Petrie ends up separated and ends up with all these little dinosaurs that he fears will eat him. But all they want is a fruit full of trees, which he knocks down by mistake, then they gobble it up and claim him to be their new leader. So once the storm ends, we see Littlefoot is trapped in the cave now. The little dinosaurs trap Sarah as food for the leader, but luckily, the leader is just Petrie. He comes down to greet the others, and he has like a little leaf on his head to show his leader status. So there was one funny scene with the little dinosaurs. Petrie says his goodbyes and all sad, and then says he orders them to be happy, and they smile. And that's kind of cute, I will admit. But then as he goes off, they see another dinosaur scratching up against a tree and knocks down one of the fruit. And so they claim him to be the new leader. And he just looks so confused. That's kind of funny, I will admit.
Petrie order no be sad.
So Littlefoot does find out that the flyer, who does have a hurt arm by the way, does say she was there with Bomb. And we see her get her and how dangerous it was and how we see like how he got stuck and left behind. And then we get a song from the flyer, which was sung very well, but the music wasn't like any better really. It was kind of country-ish, but it wasn't really better than anything we've already heard. But like, it was sung well, because well, she is a great singer in the end, so that's just gotta happen. Then again, Beyonce butchered Can You Feel the Love Tonight, so what does that say? The others get attacked by a different style dino, and like, this movie really does just feel like they just follow like the dot points on how to make a Land Before Time movie at this point. But then also forgot about all the other movies and like how like the character growth and all that and so on. So Littlefoot finds water in a cave and they follow it only to find the others being attacked from above. But that's over and done with pretty quickly. So of course they make up and follow the water and end up going down a waterfall and end up right near the volcano, and they see Littlefoot's dad. He's surrounded by lava but his foot is trapped so he's unable to escape. Meanwhile, Chopper and the others are being stalked by the shark tooth from before. We cut back to the others and Sarah manages to push out a rock that's blocking up some water, which comes down into the lava, which makes it harden up. It allows them to cross without any issue, even though I'm sure it'll still be hot. But more lava is coming, so they gotta be quick. They use the tree to manage to lift the rock that's trapping his foot and he gets out free. But then lava traps him and Littlefoot and they gear up for music for an epic jump. Or just a simple skip from the looks of it. So then the parents show up and all greet each other and Grandpa says, well, I guess you were able to find your father. Littlefoot replies, we all did, and everyone nods, including Chopper and Ruby. You guys were barely in the movie. You weren't even like the main lord. You didn't help in any way. So then sudden narration and this film just ends here, even though I'm sure like they'll have trouble getting home with all the sharp tooth along the way. And the narrator says Littlefoot realizes that he will always have his friends until the end of his days. That's a weird lesson. Like, well, duh. How many times have they said that? So, the big question in the end that I have for this movie is, where's Shorty? You know, Littlefoot's stepbrother, who was like father pretty much raised and lived with? Well, Shorty died. May he rest in peace inside a sharp tooth mouth. And that's it. That's the movie. This is the last movie, and it goes out with quite a whimper. Was it bad? No. Was it good? No. It's very meh. Animation doesn't look any better than what the TV series looked like, and this is years later, mind you. The voice acting isn't great for the new voices, and in a way, nothing happens. Like, nothing new happens, I should say. And like, if it does happen, it happens pretty quickly, or just nothing big happens to make you really worried or scared for the characters. It's nothing new at all. Why bring this series back only to do the same stuff we've already seen before? And also take out a crucial character, Shorty, to fit a very basic narrative, not to mention Chopper and Ruby were useless and were barely in it. Why not finish the TV series? Why not do a story about Redclaw? Is it because you're worried people didn't see the series? Which, fair enough. But you could just do a summary of like at the start and just go from there and finish it like that, like you did with this movie. You did like a little summary of a 10th movie about Bourne, so you could just do a little summary of a TV show. You know, you only need to do a little summary of Redclaw, that's it. At least do something with Chopper's parents, because at this point, I assume everyone's dead. Look at how freely they go into the mysterious beyond without even mentioning Redclaw. It's an issue I'm gonna have if they ever do another movie, and at this point, would I like to see another Land Before Time? I mean, would be nice to round it up to 15 movies, but only if they did it about Redclaw. They need to finish that plotline. Like, I'm not saying like it was the most amazing plotline, they just need to, you know, finish that, and then I'll be happy. But any other story, that's the only reason why I would want to see more, because this series just becomes so samey. Like, there are a lot of good sequels for sure. Like, there's definitely some really good sequels in the Land Before Time series. But after a while, yeah, it's just the same thing over and over. It's just so predictable. This movie was no different to, like, a lot of the other movies. So, the final Land Before Time movie is a 3 out of 10 foxes. It's not awful, really. It's just nothing new. what is new is not good. Chopper and Ruby are pretty much just background characters without any real explanation. It doesn't look any different animation-wise, new characters are meh. It's just so meh, which normally I would then rate a 5, but it's a 14th movie and did go on hiatus for a while, so I'm going to be harsh on it. Not to mention the new voices for Grandpa and Topsy are just awful, and especially Grandpa, he's so boring to listen to. He's so boring. Like, it just makes you feel bored watching it, and so that's gotta lose some points for me. Anyway, let's end this review because now I'm free! Free for land for a time for now. I have mentioned in the past I had one more video idea, which at this point I'm unsure if I'll do or not. You'll just have to wait and see for now. I don't know what will be next, but I hope you enjoy and continue watching my videos. And thank you guys for watching this one. Please do hit that like button and subscribe to my channel because I'll love you if you do. Hit that bell icon, and VitoFox says, be who you want to be. Alright guys, bye for now. Oh well, it's not bad though. So they find out Volcano was getting off. That's the wrong wording.